Okay, so as I said earlier, the format for today, this morning to about lunchtime we're going to do a short introduction. Valery is here, we're lucky enough to have him here, so it's a bit of a unique opportunity in Australia. And this is the first workshop we've run in Australia for the Wands, although Valery has run plenty of workshops overseas with shortly. So he's going to give some background on the Wands, where they came from, how he discovered them, and some etc. Then we'll have a break for lunch, and then this afternoon is all yours. We're going to run a workshop. There is no real agenda, so it's very much an open forum. Ask questions, we'll experiment, totally free. So in the morning you can think about the sorts of things you want to ask and so on. I do have, I think, about 5 or 6 pairs of wands here for those who don't have them. So you'll be able to try those out and test them. And for those of you, there are different types of wands and 2 new types in particular, which are the Mono 6 and Mono 9. We have 2 sets of Mono 9 here, so if you'd like to try them, feel free to try them. So without more further ado, over to you, my friend.
Okay, okay. Even didn't dream that I'll be here in Australia. It's pretty far from St. Petersburg, but anyway, I'm really glad that we have a possibility to discover this instrument. Because on one hand, it's absolutely amazing stuff. On the other hand, I'd like to point out that I'm a head of department of National Security Academy who is investigating exactly paleosciences and paleotechnology. And at the same time, already many years, we do investigate all concerning UFOs. Just because of one reason, we have noticed a close connection between those whom we understand and call ETs, their interests on the Earth, and history of our previous civilization. All of them were in deep connection with ETs, with this outer space civilization, not too far living from here. But all the knowledge that they got in direct contact with those who have been on a much higher level of knowledge and understanding. And this is the reason why almost sincere investigators all over the world came to a strict conclusion that, for example, ancient Egyptian civilizations had no any periods of development. This civilization appeared already as developed one, suddenly like explosion, like a star. It means somebody just gave them that deepest and interesting knowledge, which later on found itself were left as traces on a different texts. Texts of pyramids, I mean all appearances, the walls with all the pictures. And this is the reason why for us, for National Security Academy of Russia, this is the key moment. We are looking, we are searching for knowledge. And on this way, we found that there are some texts and there are some kind of technologies which ancient used daily. On one hand, gave them unusual abilities, just unusual. Their interests were concentrated on contacts with gods. I just maybe at the first moment will be using this word God or God just because it's more easy for you to accept. But if you start to look what stands behind this meaning, you will see those whom we consider to be gods, they do not accept as the gods. They accept them as human beings living on higher level of knowledge and so on and so on and so on, and trying to find a way how to talk to them, how to realize this knowledge. Not only with the physical plane, also with the energetical plane of existence. They used instruments. This instrument, which we know as the Wands of Horus and the pyramids and the temples, they were constructed and invented exactly for one reason: to stimulate energy in the immune system of a human being, to correct it the way so that your organism would be in tune with energy system of the planet Earth. As ancient texts said, it's not the cosmos who created, who brought into life humanity, not cosmos. Planet Earth did it. She is a mother. And as a child in our daily life, always is closely connected with the mother, and you know it. Mother feels the child always deeper than the father. And if something is going wrong with child, mother feels it inside. And quite opposite, if mother is a little bit nervous, the child cannot even sleep normally, always crying. It's just kind of the deepest connection. The same connection we have with the planet Earth. So when we lose this link, we are coming in troubles. Usually it goes invisibly, step by step, by many reasons. At the same time, it would be a big mistake to think that everything on our planet, I mean in environmental where we live, everything is going okay. No. We just can be in the forest, smelling nice air, feeling quite well, but at the same time, what we understand as solar explosions, magnetic storms, and the other things, they are very deeply and not positively affect our system. And we are losing not only our deep abilities, which ancients used daily for receiving information for a higher plane of existence. We just start to get ill and the other things. So ancients, they were very knowledgeable about all the things, and they used an instrument to correct that inner deviations from the norm, which are common to us daily. That's why I consider this meeting very useful for us, because today you have a possibility to talk with me, and I will explain the deepest mechanisms of this instrument. We have been investigating this subject for already more than 12 years, and we know this instrument very deeply. I think probably no one person in this world knows this instrument better than me. So you are free during our conversation to ask any questions, especially particular ones concerning your own personal health. Okay? Good. And I hope that my English will be pretty understandable for you. In case something is weird, just let me know. I'll try to bring it in other words, okay? All I know, all I want, to give it to you the way so everything would be understandable for you. You can use this knowledge each day with very positive results. So, believe me, when I'll see you next time, much more healthier than now, I will be the most happiest person in the world. Okay? As soon as what we are going to discuss, it's a big knowledge, like in the universe, everything is connected. I would start at this moment with this interesting figure here, which actually you are familiar with, made of gold. And it gives the most important issue about this instrument. This instrument is stimulating and correcting these main two energy vortices that we have in our body. Everything actually in this universe constructed to this law. And even God which we know as the long-living God. Oh my gosh, it's sometimes raised like this. And we think that he is absolutely, endless, with having all kind of abilities and what we actually consider God can have. But at the same time, he is also the one who is learning, who is searching for, I would say yes, knowledge. But God is doing this through you. This is the key moment which thousands of years ago people lost not because it was kind of the book and they wrote the book and so on. No. Most part of the people didn't understand it. But now you are again at the moment of our development when you can easily understand how everything, this universe, human being, and planet Earth are constructed, having this structural unity of human being in the universe. And this knowledge is giving just very vivid idea that you have the same construction. Everything actually at the beginning pretty simple. And the God is in you. You are a projection of God. He is looking on this world through your eyes and taking you from this dimension, having you in this life or your next life in a different dimension, and the backward. He's just he tries to understand, to realize the law of a higher level. And as soon as he is subjected to the same laws as you do, we are coming more or less the same way as once, millions and millions, maybe billions years ago, those one whom we know as the God came through. So, the easiest way is to use the knowledge which actually is projected in the history of life.
Would you say Kofu, the God?
Kofu, what it means?
And did you say that we know God or through that name?
Go through us.
Yes, through us. And this idea just gives you possibility to see that this, what we know as the Isis and Horus, they represent these two main vortices. Like Ba, it's a lady, Ka, human being, okay? They have here. Ka is the right hand, copper, gold, left. The zinc, silver. And they are giving energy. Just giving. This is what giving energy. The waters. Giving energy to those one whom we understand as a series. Right here, I'd like to point out that whom we know or understand as a series, as a God, is a representation of enlightened person of a fifth level of initiation. Fifth level. And even if you look later on, we will see with you together on some texts, you will see exactly that Osiris is the fifth level. Why fifth, not the others, and what it means actually? That means that when we start to balance this most important two energy vortices, the balance and interaction are opening the doors for you. This is the key moment. Interaction. Okay. When anybody coming along the way of consciousness developing of own abilities makes first step, coming through the first level of experience with just simple exercises in ancient Egyptian tradition, it was called to go through the land of Horus. Horus is a representation or personification of the law of harmony. So everything there had connection with harmonization, had the name of Horus. So when you start to harmonize yourself by any possible ways, it means you are going along or over the land of Horus. And then, when we look on the mechanism, what actually is going on with a human being, we will see that your first energetical body starts to interact and go into deeper resonance with the first energetical body of the earth, which is the mother of us. This is the key moment. And you start to feel first sensations, like tickling, anything, even having the cylinders or the wands first. You may not even experience anything in your hands. But later on, in 1, 2, 3 weeks, I think no longer, you will start to feel that something is going on in your hand. It means you are getting in tune with the first energy body of the earth. The more you do it, the deeper and more vivid sensation you have. Then starts the lands of Set. It means that your energetical body, your energetical system starts to go into deeper resonance, your second one with the second of the earth, and you get the first visions. Usually it's like this. First, you can see, you can experience, you can feel clairvoyance. Everything is deeply connected with this mechanism. Then it goes on like this. But there is one very important issue here. The second level contains a lot of dangerous stuff for you. A lot. Believe me, a lot. And all depends how knowledgeable you are, how armed you are with knowledge. And so on, actually, if we would just look on the principle is on coming in resonance, in tune with each of your energetical bodies, with the same energetical body of the earth. First one of you with the earth, second one, third one, and so on and so on and so on. Actually, when you will be able to synchronize, I'm starting to use the right words for you, okay? It's the question of synchronization. When you will synchronize the seventh body, angelical, with the seventh of the earth, it means you will be in direct contact with those whom you know and understand, realize as a God. On one hand, each of your bodies are closely connected with the God. It's the principle. But all these levels manifest themselves in you by different ways. As what we understand as direct communications and so on, it starts from third and so on and so on. So Osiris, the fifth level. Fifth level, when you will get into resonance and synchronize your fifth body with the fifth body of the planet, you will be traveling all over this universe and you don't need any spacecraft equipment and so on and so on and so on. It doesn't mean at all that those whom we know as ETs using UFOs and so on, much more weak or not developed, they do develop. The question is how much energy you have to invest in the process to be in contact with the different sub-dimensions of the universe, talking with those who are interested in conversation and so on. The idea I'd like to give up to you means that all that we see in ancient Egyptian civilization, that unusual knowledge that they have received from fact, which they perfect each day, day by day, until a certain moment when some of mistakes were done and the vector of development were changed in a little bit different direction. Harmonization. What means for us, for daily life, this harmonization and synchronization? If you just look in any deviation from the norm, any kind of deviation, even on the lowest level, just at the beginning, and if you ask the question what it is, how everything is starting, it starts from, first of all, from this problem with balance, and then changes of biological vibrations, whether it's going to be cells, or group of the cells, or organs, or energy channels. Usually it starts from deviation of the norm of energy channel. Mostly people talking about esoteric approach to understanding what's going on with the man, energy system, and so on and so on and so on. They think, and it's clearly visible in any text, that esoterically tuned people consider energy system kind of a energetical sort of blood system where we have energy channels. I just give you brief ideas, and each channel is a kind of a vessel, and the energy is moving through this energy channels like through the tubes. You understand what I mean, right? It's a mistake. It's a biggest mistake. Everything constructed to or subjected to a quite different mechanism. Energy system of a human being, of each of you, is a projection of your blood system. I'd like to point out, if you take out of your energy system like a card from the hymns of God and look through, you will see that inside of the first energetical body there is a kind of a skeleton made of energy which absolutely equal to your vascular, to your vein system. It means that all that we understand as a biological substance is, when you develop the organism, is growing around this skeleton and forming what we know as a vein or vascular system. Each vein is a vessel through which the blood, this biological water, is coming or running through, with everything that we know about it. But energetical channel, which forms a base, vibrates. It vibrates with a different range of vibrations. For example, this part of an energy channel is different to this one just because of the vibration. This part vibration is vibrating with one ratio, this is with another, and so on. If this one would vibrate with the same resonance, then they immediately would come together to one. You understand? Okay? And this is vibration, like in a radio set. When you see one detail on this plate, and then there is another details, doesn't matter which one, and we see the wires coming everywhere from details. This part vibrates with one vibration, the other with another vibration. If this vibration is a little bit changed, then the signal do not go through. And we experience problem with equipment. The same with human organism, just the same. Our energy channels starts to vibrate by many reasons with a different range, and we experience problem. This is what we call biological rhythm, not only a human being whole, especially this energy channel. And what is important, ancients, they knew about it very clearly, and they produced an instrument, and actually everything that they produced, first of all, were endocrinally orientated. It means they were amplifying the signals of endocrine system. Nobody in this world, nobody knows better than your endocrinal system, and mainly hypothalamus and hypothalamus, right? There are some doctors here who knows better what you need at any moment, being anywhere on this planet or in the universe, after what you ate. Well, I mean all parameters. Nobody. Any signals which are sent by endocrine system to correct any deviations from the norm is electromagnetic signal. Very weak, but it's electromagnetic signal. And you probably, if you read the material that Carl represented in this booklets here, explain that when we take a cylinder in your hand, we immediately get difference of potential. Like sometimes 1.5 volt, which is pretty big one. Those crystals, which are inside, being immediately like polarization. Sorry, it's just a question of the language. Sometimes I get it. Polarization. So when the quartz has it's a crystal. Okay? When we have here immediately crystal lattice starts to vibrate a little bit more intensive. First of all, everything, just keep in mind, everything that is around you, even this table, and especially you and a crystal, we know we have so-called chakra, right? Crystals also have chakra. You have 7 chakras, they have just 1, doesn't matter about chakra. When you just putting a difference of potential, the energy that emits, radiates the crystal starts to move out or radiates much more intensively. It's one very important moment. On the other, the crystal starts to vibrate. This is the principle or mechanism that we know as piezoelectricity. Okay? You know, piezoelectricity. At the same time, when you took a cylinder in your hand and heat it up, just simply heat it up, it causes just changes of, of the form. If you just press on the quartz crystal just heavily, immediately the difference in potential is here. You see, it works both ways. So, crystal starts to generate what we call piezoelectricity in a wide range. So again, each signal is electromagnetic signal. This signal, which is sent by endocrine system, goes into resonance with quartz crystal vibration and amplifying. This is the reason why when you are working with the cylinders, your first energetical body, especially those parts who is closely connected with electricity, starts to vibrate, which is dictated by your hypothalamus and the hypophysis. And this instrument amplifies it. And now I'd like to point out one moment, and I have got a question today about this. So as soon as we came to this moment, I'd like to give you one very important idea about this issue. If we take with you just a certain part of energy channel, okay, we'll do it like this. For example, it's an energy channel. If, for example, this part, or vibration of this part, is a little bit changed by any reasons, by food, by stress. Here we have so-called acupuncture point, here acupuncture point. Usually, when something is going wrong, endocrine system, hypothalamus and hypophysis sends a more intensive signal to correct this deviation. The signal goes this way, coming here to this first acupuncture point, which immediately sends signal back like a feedback that here everything is okay. Then signals doesn't go, because we have here a deviation from the norm. Immediately this acupuncture point gives a signal back. Something is wrong here. Then your organism starts to increase the power over signal, more powerful. It goes here, it didn't go. In any way, if it will correct the deviation, then it's okay. Organism by itself corrected this. If not, we have here increasement of potential. Energy exceeding. Is it okay? Exceeds. The energy exceeds here. And not here. It's quite opposite. Too much here and not enough here. Completely not enough here. And those one who is working with acupuncture methods of healing. Here is the key moment. We have noticed that all people who is working with this technology do not understand that in this particular moment we can very effectively use acupuncture methods. Here there is not enough energy, low. Here too much. Where the energy is too much here, we feel like a growing of temperature. And then if we have this problem here for a long time, the signal that goes on here to this point starts to change the quality of biomaterial around it, changes on a physical level. To correct these things, today we have two possibilities. First one, supposed or given us to ancient Egyptian priests, is the method when we use the cylinders. They increase, they amplify the vibrations and affect this energy channel not directly through, but like from here, just correcting, and it works. Or we can use a needle, because all the signals and exceeding of the energy, it's electromagnetic energy. What you need to do is just to put here this needle, and immediately this exceeding goes away. Shik! So it's just an answer to your question. Particularly, I'd like to point out that this instrument is subjected to correct those deviations from the norm which take place with the changes of vibration. This is the reason why when we use any kind of medicine, we do not have this result, because it's impossible just by chemical substance to change the vibration. You understand it? Because when we see the changes of chemical reactions here, it's already second result. First, it's energetical changes. Then, in time, something is changed on a physical plane, and we see, yes, something. And on one hand, when we use the medicine, we can have the results, good results, but at the same time, we should understand that the medicine do not correct these vibrations. The ones, they are correcting vibrations, and all depends on how deep the problems went over. If it's very, very deep, it needs time, maybe even not enough time, so it depends. But at the beginning of any problem, if you use wands, this is the perfect way for correction. Even those, these very serious illnesses, which are connected with this biological asymmetry, bioenergetical asymmetry, which is like a cancer, like on the other problems with the spine, and so on and so on. So this is the key moment we'd like to point out why cylinders, if anybody use them from the beginning, you are healthy, that's okay, use them now. It means you will never ever get serious problems like a cancer, something like this.
Is there any type of wands? There's different types of wands.
Actually, the difference, we have two types of wands. We have those ones who contain crystals of different sizes, like quartz, monocrystals, and so on and so on and so on. But it's a quartz.
Yeah.
And cone type, which is carbon, black carbon, and magnetites, which in ancient times they call it bia. It's meteorite iron, or so-called naturally born, produced iron. For example, in Russia, you can find in Siberia big stones of natural iron. Here you will never find it, but we have there. And this material they call bia. This bia has absolutely unusual effect, but quartz is correcting any deviations, let's say on a higher levels of vibrations, high. When we speak about iron and coal, low level of vibrations. Low level is much more intensive. That's why cone is very good, for example, to correct problem with the heart. Heart is beating, it has its own rhythm. And if you look on a heart attack, what actually caused this problem, then you will see that if you imagine this is the heart, okay? An energy channel that goes here and have just like here. This part, if the vibrations here is changed, and we experience exceeding of the energy, in time it causes what we know as a heart attack. During our experiments, we had two cases, absolutely unusual cases, but very, very interesting and I would say a good example. Both times took place at night when people slept with the wands. And it was wands type quant. It means black hole and iron. It was men and women. Both of them had serious problems with heart. Men had already 3 heart attacks. Lady, I do not know exactly, but she also had. So they start to use this type, and once at night, both of them felt as if a knife, somebody in the backside here, very powerful, just like he told me. I woke up and I thought, yeah, I'm dying, just dying. Next moment, like something kind of realization, like oops, and anything gone. This deviation from the norm were corrected by this way. On one hand, it was a pain. On the other hand, like this one. It means we call it to get off the risk of the following time to happen the same thing. Heartbeat beats on a low frequency range, right? And this channel also is working on the low frequency. This is the reason why Kant is very good when you need to correct heart problems or those problems who are in connection with a low frequency so vibrations. Quartz is different. This is the reason why we have two types, nothing else. And ancient texts exactly says, and maybe Carl already has this material which called the mechanism of working of wands with coal and magnetite, where ancient texts exactly said that all should be synchronized with the core of the planet and with the planet, because iron in the cylinder, in the silver cylinder or zinc cylinder, and the core of the planet, they are consisting of iron. And iron crystal lattice has a cubic form, the same with a black hole, also cubic form. So to get into resonance with the planet Earth on this level, and especially with a very special type of energy, they used materials which has a cubic crystal lattice. So this is the main difference. Why? This is why we also have a main difference between quartz and Kant. Kant normalized the blood pressure from high to normal very effectively.
Crystal doesn't.
Crystal of quartz normalize from low level to normal. If you have a high blood pressure problem, not so active, so quartz also normalizes, but it makes very soft. Quartz always makes much softer than Kant type. But at the same time, the aura which is generated by quartz is very stable, very stable. 1 week with quartz cylinders, 2 weeks after you can or may not working with the cylinders, but your aura will be pretty big and very active in communication, interaction with the energy outside. Kant doesn't matter how long you work in the wind, only not more than 48 hours. That means 2 days. That's it. So you should work with this instrument daily. It shows one very interesting principle. Our organism do not like any strong influences. This is the principle. And this is why the technologies that have been used by ancients are much more profound in comparison with our technologies. Because what we use is a very intensive influence, like medicine. You take a pill, and organism immediately analyzing what you have got. Starts to see, and we may not even imagine what kind of a reaction we will experience in 1 week or in 1 month and so on. Organism knows it exactly. And the dose of this pill is much more bigger than we need. So organism immediately reacts, creating a situation so that this influence would not go through deeply. This is the reason why when we use pills, in 1, 2, 3 months, we see that pills already do not have no such deep effect as before. At the beginning, they worked with felt it. Now, there is no. This is because immune system already reacted and created environmental so that this pill would not affect you anymore. The same with anything, with any energy, even information or influence. That's why the instruments which they use they have a slight, like not weak, but influence with not high intensity. That's why organism is letting this influence going in. And we have this deep effect of correction
Of course,
of vibration.
if you had somebody who was a master of natural medicine and was also a master of the acupuncture channels, their medicine could be extremely subtle. You're talking about orthodox Western medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in the reverse, of course, medicine can work very subtly as well if the master is handling it.
Yes, but at the same time, you should understand that even when we use very, very small, small part of medicine, there are some technologies that are giving you maybe liquid with 1 or 2 molecules of a substance. You know what I mean? For example, homeopathy, the same which in Russia. You should understand that this is the chemical way of treatment, chemical. But we are talking about energetical vibrations. So this way will not correct the deepest things. But the ones that pyramid, they do this correction of vibration. That's why we have this good result.
There's also the fact that chemical companies and today's Western time doctors, their intention when giving the prescription drug, not necessarily they really might not have the true health of the patient in mind. They might have other intentions on their mind, and that will actually affect the organism, the consumer.
Well.
If you're thinking of something else, then it won't work.
So, first things that we are talking.
I just want to say one other thing. I have found myself working with wands, with using natural medicine again, which is highly specific and very targeted and very subtle, that the wands are intensified by the use of the medicine in concert with each other.
Right. We also noticed it. So, we did a small step aside. We just spoke about it. It's clear. Then now we are returning again to the instrument. What was the main idea for this instrument to appear? Main idea. Once we already we see. It's a correction of deviation from the norm in connection with vibrations. But if you look on just think about ancient Egyptian pharaohs and priests, you will immediately understand, well, they have been very healthy people. They had no that kind of problem that we have. And this is the reason why at the beginning, first few years, I tell you, more than 10 years, I was always in doubt, thinking, now we see, yes, wands are not panacea, forget it, no. Panacea. We can't heal anything by wands. But at the same time, we experience a healing result. And we think, at the same time, the ancients, they have been healthy, really healthy. And probably they had another idea why this instrument appeared. And we have been lucky just once found the texts and realized that the main idea for them has been to get an instrument which is prevention tool against cancer. This is the main thing for them. At the same time, this is actually, you have it now in your hand. This instrument is slowing down inner time. Do you understand what I mean? It doesn't matter what kind of clock we have here. And yes, it's very important how the speed of sun, the period of the day, 12 days, and then the 12 hours. It means I'm talking about the cycles, especially in connection with the sun. And we know deeply that all processes on our planet are closely connected, deeply, with the cycles of the sun, with the rotation of the planet, with other things. And our life, we have been talking today, also connected with the sun. Sun is kind of a rhythm that gives us kind of a heartbeat. When we are in tune, that's okay. If we are going out of the tune, but at the same time we have another parameter, our inner time. And it became clear. Now we can think, we can dream about anything that can help us to prolong our life. And even in literature, there were kind of books and stories about kind of something which people can drink and prolong the life, or can swim in a special lake with a special quality of water and prolong life. Working with the text, we came to a stupid conclusion that actually everything works quite different. We will be living very long, pretty long, and I think you understand that 200, 400,000 years, 2,000 years, and even 7,000 years, no problem. But we can reach this goal only if we will be slowing down our inner time. That's the key moment. The slower it comes, the longer you live. On the other hand, we can look on all illnesses, and we can see exactly that each illness, especially bad one, it's speeding up of the inner time. And in medicine, this effect has a name, autoimmune process. It's interesting, but we have encountered it. If you get, for example, osteochondrosis of the spine, right? The truth which is behind the situation is that if you get it, you cannot heal yourself. That's it. If you just caught the situation, just get it at the earliest beginning, yes, well, somehow it's possible. But mostly 99% so on, if you have got this problem, forget it. It's impossible to heal up. What you can do is to slow down the process so that you will die in some 800 years from anything else. But not from osteochondrosis or anything else. This is the key moment which we actually found an instrument. So, slowing down of autoimmune processes. And having these experiments, we saw exactly that if even person just using the wands and at the same time is using the medicine, this medicine affects much deeper than usual. Sometimes 15% deeper, sometimes 30%, or sometimes even 70% deeper and more effectively. So even here we see the result.
Can I just ask something? Does this mean that it's really contraindicated to use the wands with, say, antibiotics?
No, it means that you can, and you will get deeper results. I would deeply recommend you to use wands when you have a medical treatment. You will get deeper results. By one reason, for example, we will make one more step aside, but I will bring forward some idea we encountered during our investigation, and maybe it will help you just to see the things much more comprehensively deeper. All doctors knows that in case we get two patients having one and the same problem, actually, doctor can suppose one and the same remedy, one and the same dose, right? The reaction will be different. And doctors couldn't understand how it's happened. They needed to bring forward or just suppose any new parameter, just something, to verify, to understand why we have different reactions. And they started to use the parameter which is connected with your emotional state. You see, it's strange, but in any way, we have noticed if you will take the remedy and put it or expose it, this remedy, into pyramid for 12-day cycle, that effect will be equal. That's something. We have to experience this. The same with people. You can even take a patient into a pyramid, and we found that pyramids are correcting biological reasons, this deviation from the norm, and can so deeply and effectively slow down this autoimmune process that even terrible levels of cancer. Our last patient that went through, let's call it maybe like an experiment, but it just happened because this person phoned and asked for any kind of help, and he was living not so far from the pyramid. In Russia we have 17 pyramids, big ones, from 11 meters high, 22 meters high, and 44 meters high constructed pyramid. He had a cancer of liver, right? His neck was terrible, 65 years old man, very active, with a very good sense of humor. They made him two chemical treatment, chemotherapy. Just he lost the hairs, the action of the immune system just terrible. We just supposed, okay, he wasn't our patient. We just supposed you can go there and you will see results. After 2 weeks, he's got absolutely normal neck, just everything gone, just gone. He was so happy that he ran back home, just had to smoke, drink. Right. The cancer, well, he has a very specific manner. The second hit was like, and that's it.
Just by holding the wands, did he get that result?
Wands and pyramid.
In the pyramid.
Just in case, you keep in mind that if you have any friend having cancer already, and you're interested which type of wands would be preferable in this case, it should be cone type only, cone type with magnetic patches. Magnetic patches. Just treating the cancer as the abnormal effect, something not normal. They have right to call it illness or disease. That's all right. But at the same time, everybody already noticed that what we call cancer is encoded in our DNA. We have it. All of us, we have them. All depends when it will start. Today, we have few reasons for cancer to start. This is stress, radiation, trauma. In this case, we can reach good results in healing cancer by any means. If cancer started by just what we call, how to say it, DNA program was broken, just started genetically, okay, call it genetically, or the cancer started because of your, not yours, I mean just because of the fanatical, I would say, work with subtle energies In this particular case, I mean all those one who is developing the energy by meditation, by anything. If you or anyone will stimulate these two types, you can heal by present methods effectively. Mostly these people are dying. Like I would say 100% of them are dying. Now let's have a look on the mechanism, how it works. This mechanism is closely connected with what we call bioenergetical asymmetry. If you take what we already looking on you today, the energetical system and the blood system, when one is exactly in another, like what it's okay, then it's a normal situation and we can live for a certain time according to our plans and so on and so on and so on. If, in case of any reason, this is energetic channels, energetical level just went aside, asymmetry. It means that this acupuncture point is here. Actually, not here, here. This place. Then it affects what we call beginning of autoimmune processes. When it starts to happen, organism immediately switch on the process of self-killing. Self-killing immediately. And it started. Now it's the question, how fast? And I think maybe within your life, you noticed, you have experience seeing people who have been half of the year like normal, 1-2 months, just changed quickly and gone. This is what I'm talking about, this inner time. This effect can be healed with the help of the pyramid on one hand. On the other hand, when we are talking about the cancer, this is what we are talking about. When cancer started, we experienced this asymmetry. Cancer, this is the process when organism starts to form a new energy system, completely new. And we see these changes. So there are two ways to correct this problem. First way, with the big pyramid, there is a method, and ancients use this method very, very actively. When you go into pyramid, and we have been talking that many patients has got a good result, and well, there is a method. And inside of the pyramid, we will experience when this removement or replacement will be taken back again. Oops, and the process stops, immediately stops. Hop, nothing. Or when we are talking about the wands and magnetic patches, this is quite opposite mechanism. When we have this energy asymmetry and we put, for example, somewhere on the skin the magnetic patch, big one, or just having it here, it causes changes of the replacement or this removement even stronger. And this causes destabilization of cancer process. Did you understand me? Just destabilization. This is the reason why when any people who used magnetic patches, well, in connection with cancer, or the Wands of Horus with magnetic patches, they had always positive results. All depending on how deep the problem is and how often you work with it. So, just keep in mind, it should be cone and magnetic patches if you will start doing it, I promise you will get very positive results. Even it is possible to stop the process. It is possible. But in case of Wands of Horus, there is one, not contradiction, it's just you should take into account. This destabilization will affect the death of cancer cells. Cancer cells, and you know, they are very weak. So it means then your organism will experience big problems with taking out these dead cells. So if your system to take out is working pretty good, then that's okay. If not, but you have a chance, at least you have a very serious chance. Just keep in mind, for any of those people who, well, got into this problem, magnetic patches, Wands of Horus, or sometimes, I don't know, maybe you also have here kind of a bad with magnetic pages.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So when this band were sold for people, for us it was just clear understanding that those who sell it or who produce it, they are healers, just healers for the people. I have many cases, we have many cases of just normal people bought this thing, put it on the bed, sleeping for a few months, all of them get cancer. All of them get cancer. Because the patch, magnetic patch, stimulates this asymmetry and it affects beginning. You see, it's for the healthy person. If person already in or with cancer, then it affects deeper and it destabilize the process, and it can be used. Just keep in mind, okay? Is it understandable for you? Because my language in specific stuff is not so profound. But I would like to make it clear for you how it works.
So can I just ask, does that mean that if healthy cells destabilize when it gets cancer?
Cancer cells destabilized. Because cancer cells are very weak.
If you are healthy, not magnetic.
Yes. It goes like this. If you have a healthy system, and you start to use this magnetic stuff, then you should understand. In case of Wands of Horus, these magnetic patches, and it's written in the paper, you must use no more than 2 times, 2 days per week.
2 times.
2 days. It means you just put it on the whole day. At night, you take it off, and you can sleep with on without patches. Why? Because magnetic patches and this effect stimulates immune system. Immune system starts to react like this, throwing into the blood different hormones, and you feel like good coffee. Well, the biggest, I don't know how to say it, but anyway, say you understand what I mean. Long ago, when those whom we know as the doctors, 100, 200, 300 years ago, invented a medical substance to heal a certain illness, made it in a very special manner. When I personally investigated the question, I tell you, I have been deeply astonished, and was in doubt whether most part of doctors do realize what they do. Yes, I will show it to you now, and you will be in the same doubt. Okay? Main idea. This, doesn't matter which remedy, was invented or produced for only one reason. This remedy should call inside of the human being opposite reaction. Do you understand what I mean? For example, you have a high temperature. You need to take a medicine with slow down temperature. You see? This is not talking about healing a certain illness. This is the question of taking something that gives an opposite reaction. I said, oh, that's something. Let's go in deeper, and we came to a very important conclusion. Today we spoke about it already. So when you take a medicine inside, and doesn't matter what, even if it just called to one reason, opposite reaction. Your immune system immediately recognizes this remedy as something that it don't need. It starts to fight against it, just fight. But immune system is fighting always by one way. What we know as, try to find the right word, endocrine aggression. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's it. So, if it's nothing else than a reaction like aggression, any remedy that you use are deeply and badly affecting your immune system. It means your immune battery is running down all the time. What we understand as a remedy is like, this is the illness, like a naked man lying on the ground when it's very, very cold. Then you take a rope and make it beating it. Just keep crying and moving, became red and even wet. Okay? Somehow looks like not so bad. It's weakening immune system. Years coming by and we say our immune system is good. So this is quite different to what ancients did. They produced an instrument stimulating the immune system.
Are you including supplements? Supplements that you take in as well?
Mostly yes. Mostly. Mostly yes. It's just the way and the question of how the proportions and the dose, how big is dose. Because this is the reason why in ancient Egypt, all medicine, everything that they used have been subjected to one very important law. This law was represented in any text by this symbol. Just this symbol, which is called feather, or feather. Ma'at. It is what we know in ancient, it's Ma'at. Egyptians, Egyptologists translated this word as a law. A law. But this is a law, but not the way we understand it. It's not like a law. So, when you see a tree outside, grass, air, birds, dogs, wolves, anything, you see it's harmonized, right? And balanced inside of the nature, okay? This is Ma'at. So if you do anything according to Ma'at, no problem. What we understand as the peel, even the vitamins, if it would be like you just took a leaf from a tree, put in it, that's okay. That works perfect. You just mixed it, you affected the way it's not Ma'at. So this is the reason why we have these problems. Now, why? And we have experienced this interesting result. All people, 100% of those people who used wands more than 1 year experienced a serious growing of stability and power of the immune system. The question is lying in the same understanding. When you take the wands in the hands, wands affecting your energy system, increasing the size of your aura. Aura, increasing. It's 100% like this. Organism in our energetic system is so profound and clever that sometimes, and first of all, I mean myself, that I needed a long time just to understand why, for example. On one hand, we can have this window open, and I experience the fresh air. And at the same time, I feel not enough energy. You know, something is going the way I don't like. And not so long ago, we understood that even any kind of radiation, just TV show, just TV or computer, or high voltage electricity, anything affecting your aura causes always one and the same reaction. Your organism just interacting with anything else, scanning and see if it is wrong, like TV screen. It emits radiation, okay? A lot of particles, electromagnetic particles are flying out. They are hitting your aura, okay? And each particle has vibrations absolutely not synchronized with your organism, okay? Having big energy started to influence it, your aura starts to defend against it. And it's always done by one thing or by one way. Aura became like this and starts to, like a rejection. Okay? And if it happened like this, interaction of your inner energetical system with outer environment became lower, much lower. You understand? This is the reason why sometimes you feel like exhausted, no power, no energy. It always works like this. You go into the forest, breath in the air, and say, oh my gosh, it's so great. Oh, nice, that breathing, just because your aura just touched everything, recognized like positive, and immediately opens. The wands, they cause this effect. This is the reason why when your energy system, your aura becomes more, starts to interact with all these vortices coming from the earth, from the core. This is only one way to reload, to recharge your immune system by right energy, earth energy. This is the reason why we experience the growing of potential of immune system. We have noticed, I even myself experienced this. If just years before we start to use the wands, I could get cold, and laying with a high temperature in a bed for 7 days, 10 days, like badly, Afterwards, it was only 1 day. I got cold. Organism and immune system just healing by a big hammer. Boom! That's why you feel very terrible at lunch. But 1 day. Usually one night. Not during the day, even usually in the night. Just 1 night. In the morning, you are refreshed and as if no any kind of problems here. And we have noticed exactly that this is the case. In connection with it, I'd like to give you one method. Remember it and use it forever. I will just give it to you and then we can maybe have 10-15 minutes rest just to keep the head eating, just working, analyzing, processing the information. One question for you. We will start with a question. We know that all problems that we have, this is the problems with energy system. Okay? We are talking about kind of slags, right? And right word, slags.
Sledgehammer.
Yeah, sledge.
You mean
No, it means the energy system is clogged or clogged. Clogged, right?
Sludgy.
Yeah, good. So help me also. I'm giving you sludging. Okay. Sluggish. Okay. Energy system. Your organism is sluggish. Now, please explain what it means. What do you understand about it?
it's weakened and slow.
No. Yeah, it's result.
Slow.
It's result when you weaken. But what it means sluggish? Where it is?
And sluggish?
Yeah. This is the case because always when I spoke to any esoterically developed teachers, just one question. You are teaching me people, okay? Sluggish. What it is? Can you explain to me what it is? They never ever gave me a right answer.
Not healthy. Just slow.
Effect.
Blocked.
Yes. What?
Weakened. Detention.
No. That's the case. That's the case. No. This is always one reason. This part of God's big, huge, it's here. Here. You understand what I mean? Yes, digestion. Because inside of a human being we have this coming up, big gut.
Large intestine.
Yeah. It is here. It is here. This is the key moment. This is the reason why, first of all, ancient Egyptian priests, hierophants, anybody else who lived in ancient Egypt, used this technology. When Herodotus had visited Egypt at 5th century before Christ BC, he wrote that it's strange, but all Egyptians look much younger than all others living in Africa and anybody else, much younger. And said, Egyptian cleaned this digestion 3 times per month. First, 3 times per month. And they never ate after sunset.
Why?
Good question. I will answer. You can eat everything you want. Only at 7 o'clock in the morning. Anything. You can even drink a diesel. Doesn't matter. Then your organism will process all this food and will be able to clean itself because organism has enough time for this. Never forget about sun cycles. Sun, it dictates the periods of activity and opposite periods in human organism. Doesn't matter where you live and what kind of job you do, at 11 o'clock your organism falls asleep. All digestion processes slow down.
11 in the morning.
Not in the evening. 23. 11 in the evening. Your organism is sleeping. Okay? And is sleeping exactly between 23 till 4 a.m. Sleeping. After 4, a certain organs and system starts to activate. This is the key moment. At the same time, the process of rejuvenation of your organism, when cells are just, how to say it, cells change.
Renewing?
No, renewing, rejuvenation. When the person is young, in comparison with your daily life, the process of rejuvenation comes 6 per 8 times faster. At night, because you are relaxed, you sleep, and this process is growing up. This is the reason why between this and this hour, I do not recommend for those who have the cancer to use any cylinder, because when organism is sleeping and division of the cells is not right thing in this case, we must not use wands because they affect division of the cells. For normal healthy person, that's great, because division and rejuvenation, it means organism is making itself younger, younger and younger and younger. During your life, you have experienced that if you got any cold, any problem, you start to feel badly in the evening, right? Now understand why? Because activity of immune system, fighting activity, defense activity, slow down, and from 23 and 4, no any fight.
23 hours.
11 o'clock at night.
Fear.
Yes.
So what you're saying is if anybody's had cancer or has cancer, they should not use the wands between 11 o'clock at night and 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
So in other words, they should not sleep with them.
Yep. Those who has cancer. Okay?
Yep.
During the evening, that's great. This moment, not. That's it. But we go on. If you got food as you usually do, you come home after your job somewhere at 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, right? You sit and you eat. Okay? All this food, 11, organism is sleeping. All this food comes here and starts to destroy energy vibration and digestion and so on. So what actually is going on? One very important and terrible thing. Give me please right name of this chemical.
Hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide.
Hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah.
This is the kimono. This is the kimono. Organism has ability to produce, we call it atomic oxygen. Actually, atomic oxygen, we cannot receive it from air. That's why forget and do not take seriously in account any explanations and any motivations connected with the idea that we can somehow use concentrated oxygen to drink it like here. No, it should be this type of atomic oxygen. Our organism is producing it by itself. But
The food starts
first of all, and then we eat not mud, a lot of chemicals, a lot of unnatural stuff, and it demands for digestion, for processing, much more atomic oxygen, and it's not enough. That's why the oxygen which is produced here, this peroxide, not enough. And it causes deviation of this pH balance here. When people within the life are eating the wrong way, having all this slaggy stuff inside of this area at night, and actually our digestion and immune system and all processes slow down, we have only one thing left to fight with this sledge stuff inside of us within the night. This is the energy of the immune system. And our battery is running down very, very fast. Problem is here. Unfortunately, we have nothing in nature, nothing. No apples, no fruits, nothing, no vegetables, nothing that contains this atomic oxygen, or what you call earth, nothing. Nothing. This is the reason it's very reasonable to use this thing, very reasonable. We should use it by a very special dosation. And yeah, just drink it. Yes. I tell you how. Now, just make a record and remember and use it each day. First of all, it deeply stimulates immune system. Deeply stimulates. First. Second, if you're going to use it together with the wands, this is the unbelievably effective method of correction. Some very heavy forms of cancer of the digestion. There is nothing else in comparison with it. So shortly, I'm giving you dosation, use it, and you're about to have a very good result, and you will see it pretty fast. So you take it like a spoonful of water, just simple water, and drops. You take it whether 1 hour before eating or 3 hours after. It will be always 12-day cycle. Always 12-day cycle. Okay? Now look, first day, 1 drop. Second day, 1, third, 1. Drops. And 3.
What strength?
Parasine, together with water.
Yeah, is there any particular in
3%. Usually
3%. Yeah, we get different strengths here. So a 1 drop of a 3% solution.
Yeah, right. So this is at first, let's call it first time. Then you should have 5-7 days rest, okay, and then you repeat it. Then again 5-7 days rest, and you repeat it. So like this you do 5 times.
Do you take that before you...
1 hour before eating, or 3 hours left after.
12 drops? A whole 10 drops?
First day, 1 drop.
I mean, but by the 10th, 12th day.
Yes. But if you put it on a spoonful or a little bit more water and put 10 drops, you feel just a little bit test, nothing else. Nothing else. So, after 5 cycles like this, you start to use it 1 time per month for all your following life.
So it's 5 cycles of that, and
Then 1 time per month. And that's it. And you're going to have a very good result. Very good result.
How many drops 1 time per month? Is it
1 cycle of 12.
Oh, so
12
whole
days.
cycle once a month?
Yeah. The whole cycle once a month.
5 to 7 days.
So cycles first.
This is 1 cycle, rest. Another cycle, rest. Another cycle, rest.
5 times.
Yeah.
First,
5
How long between each cycle?
5-7 days.
5 to 7 days, okay.
so you only take that for 1 day. And then rest for all that.
Yeah. So no, you do the whole cycle. 12 days, that's 1 week rest. 12 days, 1 week rest. Okay? And anyway, just remember, in difficult cases, you can increase this. Only like 2 drops, then 4, 6, 8, and so on. No more than 20 drops. But this is key moment. No more than 20 drops.
And when would you use that for very sick people with carcinoma?
Well, it can be used in any cases, in any illness, even with cancer. We had a wonderful result. But remember, there are 2 contradictions. 2. First contradiction is pregnancy. And second one is, I'm just trying to find the right word. Okay, you will understand.
Doesn't it aid fertility?
No, it means when you eat and you always feel here like a...
Indigestion?
No.
Heartburn?
Yeah, heartburn. This is the key moment. One recommendation in this particular case, it's important. There is very old, well-known method how to clean this part of it. With water.
Colonics.
Yeah, right, colonics. Chose. So you, as an ancient did it 3 times per month. You remember I told it, okay? For you, I tell you, 3 times too much. Too much. We don't need it. If you will be doing it at least 1 time, that's great. But I would recommend those one who is going to use it, but I recommend to do it. It's going to be great. You should clean the system. For example, within 1 week, try to do it twice, like this cleaning, and afterwards start to use this one. Because if your system is slaggy here, and you start to use proxine, you will experience like headaches, like something like this. Yeah.
Dizziness?
Dizziness, right. Something like this. You will experience dizziness. If you will clean the system, no problem.
So a couple of colonics first,
Yeah.
and then you start on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. But honestly, it's for you, just great. If you're gonna use the wands together with these things, it will help to take this oxygen deeply into your system inside, and it's very positively affects the system, activating your immune system. You experience very nice stuff. Well, now we can have kind of a 15 minutes break, and then we will continue. Okay?
Excuse me, may I just ask one question? With the
So about this copper pages. This technology has been well known in ancient times. And sure, making some tests and analysis, we came to a strict conclusion that copper patches can be very successfully used to let deeper go. I'm talking about the influence, about the effect that Wands of Horus are having on the human body, human energetic system. So patches are helping to go this influence deeper into you and very deeply stimulate energy and immune system. There are 2 types of copper patches. So one, you have 4 of them. We call it big ones. And these big ones actually are used. You can see it's one of the acupuncture points here. So this is the way how you find it. Then you can see you put here, and then just like this. Usual plastic. I mean, this how to call it in the proper way.
microphone.
Okay, made of fabric. This is the simplest and the best way. to do it. In the nearest time, probably, we will produce some kind of something like this that you can just put in, and then you don't need to use this stuff, and it will be keeping the patch exactly on this place. And the other one is here. So, like this, you find the place where you feel the pressure or, kind of a small pain, something like this. It's easy to find. Then you put like this and like this, and that's it. It helps to deeply stimulate your immune system. However, there are some more now, a different type of patches. It's a small, also made of copper, with a very tiny holes inside. This type of copper patches are very useful for activization of blood circulation along the spine. So, if, for example, you or anybody in your family you are contacting with has problem with the neck, like calcium here, and it can cause headaches and some really unpleasant feelings. In this case, you should use these small patches like it's shown here. It's just an example, but usually when we put it on the skin, we just cut, like a small square made of just paper. Put it paper here over the patch, and then like this. Here you can see, I don't know how to call this part.
Scapula.
Yeah, like a shoulder plate, right. And where you see the end, the edge of the shoulder plate, you just mark this line and then put along this line these copper patches, and then you keep it like this. You should keep the patches here for 3, 4, 5 days, sometimes even a week. It is possible even 2 weeks to disappear. And what you will experience within the following 1 or 2 hours, that these patches will be, affecting so strongly. You will experience heat there. Even the feeling like needles are going on here, like heating up.
Excuse me, is that actually on the bone of the scapula or underneath the...
Yes, it's actually this plate. You see the plate, the form of the plate, okay? So you just put between the edge and the skin, just here. This is the area.
On the ridge.
Yeah, on the ridge, right.
Yeah.
Put it here, 10 of them, and here, 10 of them. Very effective.
There's the neck pain or for shoulder.
Yeah, it's shoulder and neck, especially neck.
Oh.
Yeah. So if
Without using the wands, you just...
together with wands, you can use it like this, like even without wands. But with the wands, the effect is even deeper. So if it's the other part of the spine here, so you just put it right here, like it's shown here, in the same thing. Paper, just put it like this. Keep it for few days. Or here, like this. No, it is this side. Yeah, here. This is very, very effective method.
The back pain,
Yeah.
lumbar pain. lower-
In case if you have problem along the old spine, so sometimes we just put these patches along the spine, like this.
Both sides.
Both sides. As you see, it's not like a small spot, it's area. You put it on area, like this. And you can have it then here, and then the other for here. It's very, very effective method. Did you write it? Okay, just keep in mind. There is another very strong and very effective method how to stimulate immune system. This method is so deep and so effective that you can use it no more than 2 times for half of the year. No more. Now, I have no pictures here, but I will explain to you just on myself. You take 4 small patches and put it this area all right here. 4. You can put 5, but here. 1 close to another. Okay? And you keep it. Then another 3 you put on this stuff. 1, 2, 3. You got it? I will here. Okay. 1, 2, 3. On both legs. And then you can take something and just to glue it, like, okay? On both legs, right and left and here. Together with wands. Together with wands.
When you're doing it here, you do it also in a V, here? On thymus? Or straight line?
4, 5 here.
Straight, in a straight line.
Straight line here.
Okay.
And 3 on one leg and 3 on another. Right.
How long for will you do that?
5 days. You can even 7 days. You will experience, it's not so easy, believe me. It's just metal, but the feeling will be here if you have put on a chest fire, like, not easy. You will remember later on me saying, oh, Valery.
Can you use it if you've had heart problems?
Here, it's stimulation of immune system. Very, very effective. Use it for yourself. Use it in case it's needed for your children. But remember, no more than 2 times in 1 time in 3 months. 1 time in 3 months. It's very deep and very effective.
Does it matter which ones we use with these cases?
Doesn't matter. Completely doesn't matter.
Is there a contraindication with pregnancy?
No. Here, no. No aim. In this case.
If you sleep well, doesn't this prevent you?
Doesn't matter. But as we already speak today, or spoke today, we all experiencing problems with immune system. More or less. Because of the food, because of the environment, because of stress, remedy, and everything that we have been using and somehow made our immune system weak, just to stimulate it. You can use this instrument. I can show you one another idea. What does it mean when we use this, for example, this medicine? The idea of the medicine is also like, if you have any kind of problem and you take a pill, you can imagine it like the pill is trying to negotiate with your organism, trying to persuade organism not to react on microbes or on anything in your organism, just not to react. Because normal reaction immediately causes highest temperature, kind of stuff like this. You take a pill, temperature goes down, you feel a little bit better. It means pills made in arrangement. So do not react. And in the years, organism is getting to be used with it, and something is going on, no reaction. And everything that we have, as we say in Russia, in between cells territory, something is going on. Just any illness can sleep there for a certain time until any stress or you get cold, and this illness immediately manifests itself again on maybe even higher level. When you take wands and use here on the feet this copper patches, and even here, in 3 or 4 cases, or 3 or 4 people, at least, mostly we have experienced more. If you take just 10 persons, 7 of them having the patches here experienced like some kind of a wrong thing is going on, that you start to get ill because stimulation of immune system, influence, activization, organism starts to drive out everything wrong that you have got inside. If you like maybe tears, like you get cold, it can take 3, 4, 5 days and then okay. But more or less it's like this. And remember about this effect. This effect is very, very serious. So do it just very carefully.
And once every 6 months.
Once in 3 months. 3 months. Because as soon as all of them, maybe most part of them, have got these booklets, Agar, thanks Agar, you did it very nice. Each time when I have them, I wanted to tell you thanks, but each time I have forgotten about it. Now I have remembered. Maybe you have noticed there is a part in this information which clearly says that any kind of energetical practices, this is an answer to this one man sitting before us. Because Reiki, this is also the method how to work with energies. In a certain time, causes big problems. First of all, cancer. First of all.
Reiki.
Any energetical practices. I came through courses of Reiki. I went almost all courses in Germany at the beginning of the 90s. It was long, long ago. I know it exactly, and I know how our teachers get into shit later on. In big shit. And later on they just was phoning us saying, listen, what we can do? We have got a heal and so on. At that time we have no answers completely. But 1 year and a half we have got an answer for all this stuff. All is invented by God by a very interesting and perfect man. If anyone, but now we are talking about Egyptian priests and pharaohs, right? They have been practicing many things to develop energetical abilities, to talk with the gods, and many, many other things. They encountered, on one hand, this power. On the other hand, they have been warned by those who handled the information to them many thousand years ago and said, just when you start to make first experiences or first exercises with energy, you did it maybe many times in your life, and start to feel it. Today we spoke, you start to synchronize your first energetical body with first energetical body of the earth. Doesn't matter what you do. Any simple exercises which causing the first feeling says about one thing. You switched on this process. So now it's starting. Then, if you practice longer, your energy system genetically and on the other hand automatically starts to deeper and more effectively interact with energy around, especially trees, air, everything, okay? Like teachers said, cosmic energies. It causes immediately that after first body, your second body starts to get in synchronization with the second energetic body of the earth. Your energy system, gathering energy, processing it, transform this energy on the energy of a higher level, of capacities and so on. In a certain moment, all this depends on your energetic and your genetic capacities. It's very, very individual. But sooner or a little bit later, when you have got, let's say, enough energy working, your energy system makes like a transformation. Any teachers are talking about mutation or transformation when the energy systems make a step on a higher level. You understand me, right? Every time, in any cases, when energy system makes this transformation on a higher level, it goes through a state of the beginning of uncontrollable divisions of the cells, which present science and present medicine knows as the cancer.
Every time you boost your energy.
Yes, you are pushing yourself closer to this particular moment. This is the reason why all well-known teachers like Jiddu Krishnamurti, Ramana Maharishi, Vivekananda, Shri Aurobindo, Mira Alfasa, Castaneda, Vanga, Madame Blavatsky, all of them died from cancer. Did you know about it?
Yes, I did.
That's great. That's great.
But it's not that I associated it with their...
This is quite the same reason. All of them got into shit, by the way. But when we just analyzed the situation about this idea in Russia, we have noticed that at least 80%, sometimes even 95% of those healers who, after the courses, started actively each day practicing healing, clairvoyance, stuff and other things. Honestly, yes, sure, 100%. Any clairvoyance, it means you are in channel. You just let go energy go through you. You are interacting. You are synchronizing yourself. Otherwise, you won't see anything.
Well, I have...
the most important thing, those one who honestly is doing his job, in 7 or 10 years, die from cancer. Interesting. It's awful.
It's tragic.
And tragic. Reiki teachers do not tell you anything about that.
Who says about that? Who says about that? Just go to these people, anybody else. They will never tell you the truth how the teachers died. That's interesting.
Well, you can hear they die of cancer,
but this is the one moment. So, you see, we do not speak about those cases, as we already mentioned today, that cancer, which is actually genetically encoded in you, started by stress or radioactive influence or by trauma, that's understandable.
yeah.
But I mentioned later that there is another. When you switch on this program, bringing your energy system of a higher level of abilities, just during the process of transformation of your energy system, and you get cancer. It goes by very special and by very understandable reason. any teachings, any school, any practice, anything that you know today for a long time says one person should learn first course, like first level of abilities, and we are talking about growing abilities, just first step or first level. They like this word. You are enlightened of a first level. That's good. People are amazed about this. Then he says, probably you have a little bit pay more money, but later on you are enlightened of a second level of existence. And then when they are ready to say, okay, now a little bit more, and you are third, people get cancer. Because ancient teaching says, if you want to pass this problem, and it's normal because ancient Egyptian priests and pharaohs, they reached the level when they talked to God.
And they died of cancer?
No, because they used instrument just for one reason, to synchronize your energy system. First three body of energy system of a human being with the first three body of the planet Earth simultaneously. Not like first class, second and third. First, second and third for one time.
And that is all done with these?
Yes, and then you missed cancer. No cancer. It is not studying, and that's it.
What about magnets? They are as bad?
Magnets, as we spoke today.
Yes, by wearing
If you use them in a proper way, just few times in a month, just we call it just pushing, stimulating the immune system. That's okay. But if you just put the magnets here, and you will be using this instrument for 3 months each day, even
maybe I must take them off.
even at night, having them. just for example.
Yeah.
Then it will happen next. If your or anybody immune system is strong enough, then immune system will create inside capacities so that this one would not affect you in any case. Doesn't matter what you will be having in your hand, the wands with magnets or just simple wooden stick. It's going to be one and the same time, nothing. If it's in case if your energy system and immune system is strong enough. If it is not strong enough, then
Cancer.
it causes at the beginning atherosclerosis.
Pneumatics.
The problems with veins, blood system, atherosclerosis. This is why during our life, when we pretty often, last 4 years each week, we're experiencing sunstorms, which actually looks like this one. I mean, just a schema. This is the sun. The sunstorm explode here, and charged particles, electrical and other particles, start to fly with a speed of 1,500 kilometers per second. Starts to fly in the direction of the Earth. So when exactly in approximately 24 hours these particles reach the Earth, they start to blow over the planet. Okay? And affecting this part of the planet. In this particular area, electromagnetic field of the Earth is changed and it becomes higher, a little bit higher. Where you live now, the normal level of electromagnetic field is 47, whether like this, micro Tesla. Just less than half of micro Tesla. And this is the level on which you are tuned on. On equator, we have approximately 0.35. On the North Pole, we have 65. You see, difference not big. But everybody, all doctors knows that those people who's living here has a lot of problems with the blood system. Atherosclerosis.
Blood pressure.
It causes blood pressure. It's problems. That's it. There are, when we're talking about this magnetic bands, okay, or those ones which we mentioned on the website, there are some imitation that people produce at the wands. Their level of electromagnetic field is about, now see, 45 millitesla. 100 times bigger. You see? The last level that they produce is 15 millitesla, which is 30 times bigger. And this, especially if you take the wrong instrument, or you take this patch that we use and use it continuously, at the same time when the sun is exploding, first day, your immune system will be just a little bit, hit up and starts to fight. Well, that's okay, because this way of fight with problems, which actually, as we spoke together, is looking like endocrinal aggression, is good, because we know some cases when endocrinal aggression healed cancer for 1 day. Or for 1 day, just serious aggression, no cancer. Just stopped.
You mean in 1 day?
In 1 day. So it means that if you use it in a proper way, that's okay. It's okay if you're using these patches 1 day, 2 days, even 3, okay. But if you have them 30 or more than 100 days, sure, it will cause problems. Because you make your immune system weak. She's fighting, aggressively fighting. So we are talking about knowledge and understanding of the processes.
So you use the 1 day with the wands?
1 day with patches, 1-2 days per week.
But use the wands at the same time? Hold the wands at the same time?
With magnetic patches?
Yes.
Yes, because have you got this set with magnetic patches?
No.
And anyway, it looks like a magnet which you put here, like this.
They
Okay.
only use with the copper, not use with
Like this.
the... not
So
use
then
with the crystals.
it's impossible with crystals, because crystals have no magnetic capacity at all.
So you have to have the
Cont type ones. So it's here. Just 1-2 days, and then without. Got it?
That's only for getting cancer. It's if you have cancer.
Especially for those who have cancer, we recommend to use
especially
the wands.
for other ailments of the body, not necessarily?
No, why not? For example, there is a kind of a tumor, for example, not critical, not cancer, but tumor. We have noticed, if you use the wands with magnetic patches, it very effectively corrects tumor problems. It becomes less, goes out. It's a result, we have got it. And it's written in medical instruction, which is now under translation into English. Very effective method.
Not with influenza and not with a broken leg.
No, with broken leg too. Again, I try to explain to you that when you're using magnetic patches, you stimulate your immune system, and it starts to help much more effective. You can use this method, but very carefully, no more than 2 times per week. Okay? You can even try to do it 3 times per week, but I would recommend not do it more. All depends on how powerful you are, how young you are, and so on and so on and so on. But method is very, very effective. So this is the first problem, cancer, because on the one hand, we just understood how many thousands of people all over the world have been attracted by different teachers in different courses, talking about esoteric abilities, development of energetical abilities, and it sounds great. And actually, sooner or later, all of us on our planet will start to stimulate, to develop our abilities. It's a normal thing, but all depends on the knowledge. This is the reason why, even in the Bible, we have found that this trace, this information that when the snake, and this just you remember this episode about the apple of knowledge in the Bible, because Eve and Adam, they had been allowed to eat any fruits from any tree except the tree of knowledge. And this is not the question of mathematics or physics. In that ancient time, there was no any division on mathematics or something. There was just, which actually was about, was coming around one and the same thing, development of parapsychological abilities, just talking with God and so on. And God became crazy and drive them away from paradise, making mortal. They become mortal, not immortal. So this is the first problem that actually all of us are exposed to. The other problem is much more complicated, but much more dangerous in comparison even with the cancer. When any so-called enlightened people start to interact, or I would say develop the abilities, and they brought this knowledge to people, to you actually, and I didn't just completed one idea about this, the schools. Thousands of people came to the courses, started to develop the abilities, just imagine. And approximately in 5, 7, or 10 years, suddenly they noticed that 80 or even 90% of those people who came to courses for knowledge, starving for knowledge, right? Started to die with cancer. Just imagine it's going to be. It will be the biggest spiritual breakdown. I would say, if in a worst dream, the most black dream in any life, in any situation, I could imagine how it is possible to control this humanity completely. I would try to bring into the consciousness, into life of the whole humanity. First, idea of necessity to develop your spiritual abilities. Just do it. Use spiritual ability. But without any ideas to warn you that this spiritual development can cause cancer. Extraordinary. Then tell me how it is possible that all these teachers who teaching you from this last 300-400 years, talking that they received this knowledge from God, never ever once one warned by their teachers that they will die from cancer. This is the question. With whom they have been talking. Did you know that not so long ago, when some graves of Buddhists were just taken out and they investigated them, they found that all their organs were covered with cancer cells? Now you can have it. It's already noticed. So, just you see, the question, okay, with whom you have been talking? I tell you, now we came to a very important key moment, well, about the stories of the Wands of Horus. Ancient knowledge exactly left information that any people who is developing your abilities should take care or be careful to talking with Set. You know this god Set, who represents chaos. Right? Right. Very good. Very good. Because Seth, or Thes, or Sat, An. Good. Very good. Saturn. That's right. Ancients left an information that you start to interact with a second energy informational plane or body of the universe, which is actually a place where all black powers, all negativity is accumulated. All is here. All results of human, spiritual, any kind of activity, your bad thoughts, your bad actions, anything is accumulated in the second level of existence, second level of informational field, which actually we call astral body.
Astral body.
Right. And do you know, and you remember, all of the teachers saying, we are flying, making astral trips, astral conversations, talking with the gods. We're talking with one god, whose name is Set. This is the reason why he ever just wanted his pupils to take care about the cancer. And he killed all of them. Just killed. For one reason, to keep you under control.
Well, I can eat after we did.
When he, just together with you, sweetheart.
Just
together with you, always. Because it's interestingly constructed. Set is representing, its representation of a second energetical body of a human being in the universe. It means this plane is immortal. You can kill him. It's impossible. Just impossible. Because to kill him or to reject the situation, it means just to take and to reject the second floor of the building. What's going on? The building just will be ruined. It's impossible to construct 9-story building without second floor. Impossible. So when we are, we are developing, we're going up to this 9-story energetical levels, being enlightened on first step of it, or second level, and then second is enough. You are already inside.
And you inducted to cancer.
It's interesting. I will show you one thing. This is the key moment. Now you will see. Ancients, they left or they state all necessary information to you about this. But the problem is that no one of the teachers even try to learn this lesson or a little bit investigate the situation. picture actually is the center one, the main one in all ancient Egyptian tradition. The boat of Ra. Inside or on the boat of Ra, if we continue with the boat, we would see 9 gods. 9 gods, okay? 9 gods, each of them is representation or personification of 9 energetical bodies of human being and the universe. It says that your 9th energetical body is exactly 9th energetical body of God. Of course, He is looking through your eyes. He is in you. On the way from darkness to light, being in this boat of Ra, it means floating, right? Moving in space and time. This is the symbol of cognition. Learning. Each second, Ra is controlled by this snake. His name is Apopis. This Apopis, each second, tries to eat up Ra together with the whole boat. This strange shed is called Naos. Naos. In translation into English, it means human body. Interesting, right? So, Ra is embodied. As soon as we understand, an ancient text says, God or Ra created universe from primitive energy, and He is in the universe, in His body, like quite opposite. It means that, and it says that Ra created the universe, and at the same time somebody is controlling him, trying to eat up. That says that Apopis is not a representative of the black powers or something negative. First of all, this is over universal law. It means Ra is not only one. Our universe is not only one. And only presence of thought, knowledge, Ma'at, the law, allows him to to move forward, being not eaten up by this snake Apopis. Snake Apopis, on the other hand, is a representation of the immune system of the universe and something that is higher than our universe. This is the over-universal law. Okay? Mm-hmm. And now, key moment. Isn't it strange, if you have noticed, that in this situation, in this boat of Ra, there is only one person who tries to save Ra. This person has a name, Set. You see? Can you explain? It means Ra constructed, invented, so that if you don't want to be killed by cancer, by this universal law, which you actually must know, according to the knowledge, there is only one person who will save you, Satan. Second plane, he must do anything possible to attract your attention away from self-development.
From self-development?
Sure. Sure.
Drugs, alcohol, cigarettes.
Anything, just He must do anything possible to attract away your attention. Because if you won't do it, like our teachers, they have been so, well, fanatic. What they got?
Condition.
Cancer.
Oh, I see, yes.
That's it. As soon as God doesn't want you to die from cancer, He constructed the whole system so that your second plane of existence, your astral body, need to stop you. So when your friends goes into interaction or synchronization with the astral body plane of existence, what's going on next? You see? I see the God. I am talking to Saint Mary, with Jesus Christ. I'm talking to extraterrestrials. All this bullshit is there. Just for one reason. You must be stopped. Otherwise, few following steps and you get cancer.
What?
No chance. No other chances. In this particular case, maybe you have met many times in your life the situation when many people come to the courses, sit 1 or 2 days and then went away. Say, it's not mine. The others who just invited says, listen, they are not too grown up. It's not time for that, because we just grown up. We had a big, long experience of previous lives. You see my ears a little bit different, right? Because just the head will be bigger size. So I'm okay. They are not so. So it's not time for them. Don't touch those who is sleeping. Right? The reason is quite different. That person just felt inside. He is under the danger. Biggest danger. And ran away. Those who stayed and continued and fanatically and honestly died from cancer. All of them. This is the question of how fanatically you will be doing it. And also, always keep in mind your genetic capacities. One can do it 10 years, another 15, for another one just 5 years, and that's it.
Is this like finding the tree of knowledge, the Kabbalah?
It this knowledge has a name. Do you know what? Kabbalah. Just in case. Kabbalah. Just another thing. I will show you.
Excuse me. Can you explain again a little bit before you go about, you're saying the only one that is able to kill cancer,
The only one?
that is fighting against
The situation, right? Because
right.
Seth, you
He's
see,
keeping you away
Seth,
from it, you're saying.
Seth, he's everywhere. This is the main idea of Kabbalah. Main idea. This is the key moment. You see? God, Atum Ra, and 9 gods together with him. No one of the people even noticed that this is representations of the 9th energetical bodies of the human being in the universe. This is the reason why ancients brought this knowledge forward using the human figures. You see, figure covered with stars. Nut or Nun. It means that your 8th energetical body is nothing else than this universe. Then this universe is your 9th energetical body. Actually, your physical body is the focus point, where 9 energetical bodies of the universe just crossed, formed 9 energetical bodies of your system. Biological stuff grow over it, and we got a man, which is 10. 9 and 10. That's the whole system. Kaaba. Isn't it an amazing vignette? You know what is it? This sign in any text always is at the beginning. and he gets or contains the main idea of the whole text. You see, flower, right? But in this particular case, we see just aura of the flower. You see? Energetical plane, ka, and we aura. And this ka is growing up from waves, energy. This is the symbol of the energy, right? The second, another flower, is physical, with details, and it goes from structural nature, energetical nature, structural nature. The nature of energy which structure the matrix or anything, material, anything. It goes together, ka, ba, la. La. Principle of Trinity. When plus and minus appear, immediately currency appears, interaction between them. Principle of Trinity, Kabbalah. This is the God, right? 9 gods, 9 bodies of the gods in the universe. Ancient name of the God was On. Kabbalah On. It means, the text says, that human being as a God too is subjected to a principle when he has 2 energy flows, Kaba, yin yang. One is just energy, another type of the energy, structuring energy. And this is the energetical body of a human being. So that is the second level, second energetical body. This is the way ancient text says. At the beginning, pharaoh or priest is going along, you remember the book of death, along the, or over the lands of Horus. And when he comes through the lands of Horus, he comes to the lands of Set. Isn't it amazing? Before he comes to the land of Set, the Pharaoh is asking the God, God who is guiding him, okay? You see, his body is covered with waves. It means energetical, energy. It means, energetical level of existence. The God must help the Pharaoh to pass the lands of the Set without any problems. For this, as ancient, already deformed text says, that Pharaoh should put his hands on the lakes of, you see the lakes, it's the wands. It's the wands. Put them. And if he does it, the eye of Ra, or eye of Horus, comes and destroys the power of Seth, and Pharaoh can go through. These are the traces of the texts. In practical meaning, it means if you pass the second land, the land of Seth, without any conversations, you won't get any problems. But for this you should somehow... All right, okay. You understood? Somehow. Interesting text. There is another.
I just want to make a point, and that is because Valery, we're talking about the Kabbalah, there are many courses and there's many stuff going on at the moment about Kabbalah or the Kabbalah. And
it doesn't matter how
90% of it is just nonsense, or it is not getting through.
Yes, because on one hand, on the other hand, when we speak on, first, it's the ancient name of the god. But later on, it's the name of Heliopolis. The main city of Egyptian, the first university all over the world, the biggest one, On. Later, Annu. Heliopolis. So it means Kabbalah on. It means Kabbalah from on, from that university. And at the same time, the on is the God. It means you are having all the knowledges from God. Anything that we have. Kabbalah on, it's knowledge. Not like Kibali on, Kabbalah on. So it's here. It's another thing, just the same stuff. So, what I would like to make clear for you, the biggest problem of our civilization is deep, uncontrollable. I don't know how to say, okay, we will not be talking like sex or something like this. Relationships with sex. This is the reason why investigators, like Emery and the other, they have noticed, investigating the texts of ancient Egypt, that Set cult, or cult of the Set, was already very spread all over Egypt pretty long ago. However, most part of Egyptologists were speaking about the cult of Osiris. That ancient Egyptians, they were just, worshipping Osiris. But in fact, this is the reason they were worshipping Set and receiving their knowledge and their information just in communications with Set. But Set was very happy about it, always controlling the people and leading them a way quite opposite to the knowledge or the way of the God. So, I'm just giving you a very brief, very short idea, which actually is very carefully, in detail, is described in the book that I hope within the near future will be published in English language. Even if I will get this, I have got this part translated, by the way, in English. No, you probably have got it too. You can read and get an understanding. The biggest problem is the problem of communication with Set. Even now, when we attract attention of the children, trying to help them to develop our abilities, we deeply do not understand that we are helping them synchronize themselves, their energy and mental system with the energies of Set. And he is trying to do his best just to represent himself as the God, as the God, and controlling the brain by this way. Well, as you understand, just Hitler, who was very interested in this stuff, and any other teaching like Bompo, like Markin, there was a big bench of these schools within the last 2,000 years. And all these problems were had by one reason, Set. So these instruments, they have been used, instruments have been used for two main reasons. Now, I hope you understood. First one, just to pass, somehow not to plunge into cancer. So to save, to preserve yourself from cancer. On the other hand, when you synchronize your energy system simultaneously, you are not in Set level. You pass over astral level without any conversation with so-called gods and so on. As soon as you synchronize your first three body with three body energy of the planet Earth, you become Osiris. Those enlightened who is synchronized with the fifth body, you come over fourth, and in this case, nothing is dangerous for you anymore. Nothing.
Excuse me, but wasn't Osiris killed and his body thrown into the river?
Yes.
And wasn't
By whom?
By himself.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you know why? What it means?
His wife saved and then conceived.
Right. Right.
Who did she conceive? I thought it was Seth.
Horus.
Horus.
Right. Good. This is what we have got left about that times when the knowledge of possibility to interact with the higher levels and receiving information from higher levels like Osiris level have been lost, and it was done by special ideas. Seth tried to do his best to destroy that knowledge and to get left for you only one, that he is the highest, there is nothing else. And this is he, exactly, who tried and actually was about to be the most successful person in this part of the universe, waiting when all this huge million people, this amount of people, will start to practice, and in 7 years will recognize that then ship, and then he will be a winner, because all next life, with I think pretty long times, we will be trying not to have anything equal, nothing to do with this esoteric stuff, self-development. For sure, we will kill all people who teach us to do this. You know how it usually works. And we are going to be under control of this situation, okay? You understand it?
So we're...
I tell you that we have been so affected by this situation in Russia. So National Security Academy said, no, we will publish this data immediately.
So where are we going as a human race?
Where are we going?
If we're cutting out the esoteric and the...
Not cutting out. It means the texts that we now just what you see. This is the text, right? This text have been left for you. For those ones who came after ancient Egyptian priests. But our teachers, they are so great. They are so perfect. They don't care about its knowledge of ancients. And I was just paralyzed. Just look. These pyramids, they have been set all over in Russia. We have a lot of them.
What are they made of? Let me interrupt you there. Are they...
Plastics, the other things, they are working, but they are different. But in any way, we have got wonderful results with all this stuff. And one of the person, very well known, said one thing. That's just an example. He said, we must set up the pyramids all over Russia, then criminal situation and different illnesses, many other things will go down, and we will be the first. Then, I remember one TV quiz master says and asked one question. He said, listen, it's an interesting idea, more than wonderful idea. Just tell me one thing. We know that along the Nile, in ancient Egypt, there were hundreds of pyramids and no effects. That guy said, my pyramid is much better than Egyptian ones.
Made of cardboard.
You know, it's always like this. If you go now in any course and ask any questions, each of these teachers tell you, what, Egyptians? Well, they were primitive, you know. We know what to do. Egyptians were primitive. Even no one's tried to read the texts, who left you just warning, just take into account this specific ability, and you will take it into account, you will not be in problems.
It's 3:30. Can some people drive? Or what time?
Now. Unfortunately.
Some people fly.
Okay. So, in any way, just short data about the wands too. The principle, another principle.
Yes.
You have seen this picture already in the book. When you take the wands in the hands, and the wand starts to stimulate hypothalamus in hypophysis, it causes transformation of this vortex coming into the hand. This transformation becomes much more effective. It means you just energize yourself. This is particularly what makes your system, energy system, and immune much more powerful, because transformation is much more effective than in usual situation. And all these instruments like wands and these concentrators, coronas, they were done for one reason, to stimulate transformation and for better quality of transformation. So now we have got main ideas. In principle, wands, prevention tool against cancer, and only one thing, to pass sad problems. And at the same time, it is the instrument to slow down autoimmune processes, to slow down inner time. That's why ancients, all long ago, they lived long, 600, 900 years and so on. They used not only wands, pyramids and so on. This is idea. What we know about the wands as a healing tool, like vein system, bones, and many other things, it's not the main thing, you understand? The main thing was here. But it also works. This is the reason why I tell, now if you have got any questions, we can go deeper in kind of medical effects in connection with wands. And I will help you to understand, or just to share with you what we have got about it. But the main idea is just here. This is the reason why we can use the Wands of Horus as very powerful prevention tool against cancer.
Do they have to be a particular strength, or they vary from one star to 3 or 4 different levels, don't they?
No, the wands, any type of wands which you can use today, they have one and the same effect. The difference is just quartz and ferrum and carbon. It means high frequency of influence or low frequency of influence, maybe high blood pressure, low blood pressure. But at the same time, all of them very helpful against cancer and the other things like this.
Can you move describing the difference between, say, one and another?
It's just intensity of influence. When you take 3 stars, for example, wands, large grain, quartz, this type very gently, but in general, affects your energetical system, balancing Baka in Yang. I would recommend to start with this type of wands, because the other types, they influence system with higher intensity, which is sometimes can cause unpleasant feelings. Just an example. We encountered many times such an effect with ladies which were, let's say, 60, 65 years old, without maybe husband or without regular sexual interaction, when Baka is a little bit changed, blood pressure is high, they took Kont and they hit so strongly. So that lady later on come even sometimes with red eyes, just when the blood veins are just broken here, and you can see that something.
That's Kont.
Yeah, just Kont.
And
if the person, we need to balance Baka. Quartz type is the best for balancing Baka. If you balance yin yang for few months, then you can use any type without any contradiction.
What about with water, not in a bath? What about with water in a bath?
It's also very, very effective method, especially when you have problems with atherosclerosis, osteoporosis, with bones, and some other things. You take just simple sea salt without any stuff, chemical stuff for smell and so on. You put it, the salt, 1 kilogram, 1.5 kilogram, in the standard bath, 200 liters, okay? Temperature of the water, 40-45 Celsius. It's normal, it's calm, like a little bit higher than the body, okay? Then you go into the bath like this, take a cylinder under the water. For 45, 50 minutes, 1 hour. If you're gonna do it in days, one day do bath, one day not, in one, okay? Like this, for half of the year. Then, in sometimes, you will be very grateful to me for that, because even in 2 weeks, you will experience quite different state inside. Quite different. It's very effective. We had some patients with the, you know, with the joints like this. Osteo. Yeah. Can't work completely now. 2 weeks, each day, salty bath here.
No alternative.
Gone.
Each day.
2 weeks, gone. All gone. Was interesting case, but all gone.
All arthritis.
The same with the spine, osteochondrosis. The same, go to the salty bath together with the wands. After the bath, you should wash the wands. Very careful, otherwise they will be very, very dark, oxidized very, very much.
So you actually take those into the bath with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Under the water?
Under the water.
With salt in the bath?
Yeah.
So they're sealed up properly?
Yeah.
Don't leak?
Yeah, no problem.
What about with magnesium? Epsom salts, magnesium.
Magnesium carbonate.
Could you put
Magnesium sulfate.
It's carbonate, isn't it?
Sulfate.
magnesium sulfate, Epsom salts?
It's traditional to have a bath in Epsom salts here. It's magnesium sulfate.
I know. We in Russia we just use normal, just normal sea salt. Sea salt. It's very cheap in Russia. You can buy it everywhere. Just sea salt. Put it in. 1 kilogram, 1.5 kilogram for the standard bath. 200 liters. You can even make it 2 kilograms. The best way is the same quantity of salt as you have in an ocean, salty water. Just approximately like this.
So would it work in the ocean? Would it be as good if you went and sat in the ocean?
Great! During the summertime, when it's hot and the water is okay, just try to find the place with a
nice
pool. Yes, just go into the water line, put the wands in the water and have fun. Just like this. Just like this. If you go to the seashore and spend 2 weeks with wands all the time during the day, in night time, just only having them on table during eating, and then again, in 2 weeks, you will completely rebalance your energy system so that nothing else can be compared with this matter.
And
nothing else.
Long do you indulge yourself in this bath? All the time. How many hours? Until you shrivel.
I told you, all day. All day. So it means, yes, at night. This is the question, first of all. Do you understand what I'm talking about? It's first. Then, would you like to have your energy system so rebalanced and in a very good condition? If you want it, do it.
You don't want it, suffer.
You are more than welcome. Yes, you are more than welcome. It's up to you. It's up to you.
Valery, at the phases of the moon, is the wand's amplification stronger or?
During the full moon, the influence of the wand will be deeper. 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 And you should remember, if you want or you are trying to do your best, you are practicing to open up in yourself kind of abilities like remote viewing, like anything else.
Wouldn't that bring cancer on?
If you're doing it in the right way, you want cancer. You won't get cancer.
I thought
Come on.
remote viewing was a part of psychic
You
development.
you have wands in your hands. Just forget about cancer. Come on, it's time already. Just forget. Just that's all. Well,
I do energetic healing, and I specialise in Sekan, which is ancient Egyptian healing. How vulnerable am I for this cancer thing?
how long are you looking?
Oh, I've been energetic healing after 6 years.
6 years. Oh, you're about.
I'm what?
It's yeah, please do it.
She's only just started doing some
I've
candles.
only just started doing Sekan.
You know what Sekan is? It's very, very similar to Reiki on a much higher vibration, but we do not channel. We don't do any channeling. We just hold our hands out here and give
I know,
energy to the
but
body.
anyway,
4,500 years BC, ancient Egyptian medicine.
just again, keep in mind that if you start to interact with energies, especially representing or imagining yourself as a channel of the energy and giving this energy to anybody else.
Well, that's what we do.
As I say, you have more than 10 years, no more than 10 years.
Well, I'm 71 now, so 81's okay.
Oh, come on.
No, it means if you will use the wands, no problem.
Oh, I'm getting the wands.
So worry about it.
I'm getting one.
Come on, my friend, we are talking about one thing. I'm sharing with you the technologies used by ancient Egyptian priests. This is the question. That's all. What you can do is just accept it and use it, or not. It's up to you. I'm not going to even persuade you. I'm just sharing with you that we have noticed something very, very important.
Could I ask you, the wands helping us to, well, one, to resonate with
the earth, yes.
Hasn't the earth changed since Egyptian times in terms of pulsations, vibrations, rate, etc.? I mean, there has been a lot of change geologically and
Magnetic vibrational.
Well, I would say the following. On one hand, like you do, you have been 20 years old, right? Now you are 25. Just the same body, right? It's you. It's you, okay? It's the same thing. The same with the planet. You have your own energetical, personal vibrations, or vibrational parameters. And you just the one. Nobody else is equal to you. It's the same with the planet. The difference between you when you have been 20 and 25 is different level of understanding of things. Okay? The same with the planet. Planet is developing. The planet is developing, influencing on, trying to influence the nature, so that at the beginning she was, or it was growing the way as you understand it, but on a certain level of your planet, Earth, own development, she needs those type or those level of creatures and existence who are able to transform the energy into or psychological energy. You understand? Because when we are living here and acting, our mental what we create by brains, okay, this type of energy, goes together, forming the energy informational field, okay, and Earth deeply and badly needed for self-transformation too. What's going on here? So, for sure, beside all of this, we have and we are subjected to influences of solar system. Any energetical cycles belongs to planet Earth or outer space. Somehow it affects planet. Planet is using this type of energy influences just to make the following step or transition on a higher level. We actually should do the same. but on the level of knowledge, what we can do to make this step upward without problems. This is really what I'm here, just sharing this information with you. Knowledge, knowledge and knowledge. Ancients, they have it, they left this knowledge for you. What you should do is just to take it in account. That's it. Well, just like to show you also one interesting picture and just explain to you something. I mentioned, do you remember during my presentation on the conference, this is one of the pictures.
Yeah.
Man here, putting sperm on the head. It means this is the sun, giving light. On one orbit, around the sun, we have 2 planets. It means that ancient knew that we have got one more planet inhabited in our solar system right behind the sun, on the same orbit as the planet Earth. And we are, on one hand, genetically connected with them. They are our parents, let's say. We have got that knowledge from that people living behind the sun. This is just a presentation of, on one hand, the certain energy levels and so on, but in any way, all this picture is called personification of energetic clock.
This is what we're talking about.
Personification of energetic or energy clock inside of each human being. This is, you understand what it is, yeah? It's apophis. Apophis is everywhere.
The people behind the sun, are they created in the same
They
physical shape?
They have the same genetic as you have. It's your parents, on one hand.
Are they the Nubians?
Sorry?
Are they called the Nubians?
No, Nubians, it's Nubians. This is, in other pictures, it's talking about the same thing, just the same thing. Here we have, you see, 3 energetical bodies as one, under 1 aura. And actually, in many other chambers, not chambers, tombs, we can find the same text, you see? Here you can see very clearly, right? On one orbit we have 2 planets. Clearly. And that planet, actually, here is one more idea. Just we have just now time to walk along the logics, how they brought forward information. But here in this text, there is a very important issue that we have 7 more planets in our solar system, critically and deeply affecting our inner clock inside. This is 7 planet very closely situated around the sun. And what we know, sunspots moving, sometimes. This is nothing else than the shadows of that planet. The shadows. Maybe you know or not. I just like to point out how it happens. If you when we look on the sun and you see the sun, you can go out and see it, right? Like goldish. It's round. This is what we see, and what we see is no more than 6,000 Celsius. This is what we see.
6,000 Celsius.
Yeah. This is what we see. But around the sun, much bigger, there is another sphere which has the temperature 2 million Celsius. 2 million around it. And all these planets are moving inside of this system. So that's why we see kind of a shadows different temperature.
And you say we have the same genetics as they are?
No, behind the sun. We can't live here. We are 2 million degrees. Come on.
Can they live there?
No, it's just 7 more planets. And the position of these planets, when they go into certain installation, results sun explosions and all the other electromagnetic and magnetic storms which are affecting us deeply. Ancients knew it, and they always took it in account, calculating cycles and using instruments like wands to correct pH of the blood, because all the sunstorms deeply and very negatively affects pH of the blood parameter. So, very, very shortly, I hope you got it when I was trying to talk to you.
That was extremely mean.
Thanks. Thanks for a very nice sense of humor. But what is interesting, all the problems that we have in connection with the activity of the first chakra is because of the difference of potential, wrong potential here. When you put copper and zinc, that affects this appearance of the difference of potential. It corrects this difference and stimulates the blood circulation along the spine. Then, immediately, it helps or affects you so that your aura starts to grow immediately. All of the people who already using for a few months the Sin Souls lost problems with the prostate, just forget it. Some of the men said to me, listen Valery, thanks for the stuff. Viagra is just resting. Just resting in comparison with the one, but it works great. I tell you, really, really great.
What does it do for big eyes?
When you have the same thing, when you have the wands and the insoles at one time, it means you just put together, like plus and minus, 6th and 7th and 1st, very, very effective stimulation of blood circulation along the spine. Spine is the key moment in any practices and any times within the whole period of development of our civilization. This is the why general or the main point, focus point, is the spine. Spine of Osiris, the spine of God Ptah, which is actually the other name of Atum Ra. If you will stimulate your spine, you will open up into yourself unbelievable. So, on one hand, I can tell you that we have got very interesting stuff, like wands, like patches, like insoles. Actually, we can try.
We need more than that.
I have them all the time. When we stimulate this, at least blood circulation, first thing that anybody have experienced, it's growing of tonus. It's inside, you know, tonus inside, like energetical activity. Within or during the conference in Brisbane, I had this insoles each day long and even at night. No problem. Yesterday, I was flying from Brisbane to Melbourne. I took them off by one reason. Because when I came to Sydney for the first time, I had to have half of an hour workshop on security. Just trying to explain what means this stuff here. Yes, yeah. And with the wands. In half an hour, they said, listen, Valery, where can we buy it? This time, when I came into the airport, I took them off, okay? And yesterday evening, Carl saw me. I have been like, I went to bed at 7 o'clock. Usually, I'm very active even at 1 or 2 o'clock at night. So it's pretty good stuff, I tell you. It's always with me.
So Valery, can you sleep with those on? Just put some socks on.
Yeah, I'm doing it. And I noticed, doesn't matter how tired I have been or am I need 3-4 hours and I'm okay. One more thing, by the way, didn't forget. I know, I have forgotten, I would like to tell you. Another thing, you will like it, I'm sure. If you will use each day 100 or 150 grams of dry red wine, and afterwards the wands, amazing influence on the vein system, vascular system. Just dry wine, red wine, you just drink it and then take a wands. Within the 2 or 6 hours, just it affects
150 mils.
Just if you have anybody who is experiencing problems with the vein system, recommend them dry wine and the wands, and the usual effect. Just amazing. Just amazing.
The veins in the legs?
On whole body. For example, when we started to use this method, those people who had, like sounds, like things, all gone. And one of the centers, medical centers in Israel, even signed a contract with us so that we allow them to use this method because they have got a wonderful result. But they used 300 grams, of the red wine. I tell you, if you're going to use 300 grams per day and the wands, you're going to be very dependent of the situation, because I tell you, it's a wonderful feeling. Just wonderful. When I used it myself, in the morning, I woke up, it was a nice feeling as if I was sleeping somewhere in the forest, close to the sea, 10 days at least. Nice feeling. I said, okay, I'm going to get drunker. Following that, yeah. Just no more than 150 grams, okay?
Is that a glass or?
Huh? Russian glass is 200 grams. I don't know yours, but very, very good stuff.
And why is it, I like medium dry, so why is the sugar bad for you? I mean, the sweetness still in the wine?
Better not to use it, because, if this sugar will be natural one, like according to Mars, okay?
Natural.
Natural one.
A natural one, it is a natural one.
I don't know how it's here in Russia. Forget it. They add not natural wine. So dry wine is good.
The grapes at to get that flavor.
And anyway, natural dry wine, it's okay.
Valery, the negative ionizers they have with the thing? What if you're using one of those with the wands at night that codifies the oxygenation of your body better?
Sure, because when you take the wands, in 5 minutes you have first result. Activization of a heart pulsation, a little bit faster, and veins become wider. Immediately wider. Yeah. And at the same time, one interesting and very important moment, maybe you know, maybe not. Mostly all doctors all over the world think that there is only one organ who pulls the blood forward. It's a heart. It's a mistake. Heart is just only directing the blood to move this direction. But veins are also just pulling the blood. And this is the reason why wands have a wonderful effect on the city, because they are stimulating right pulsation, just synchronized with main pulsation of the planet Earth. Our planet Earth is also pulsating. It has its own rhythm, so-called the breath of the planet. The level or the period, breath in and breath out, it's an important thing. First one, 54 minutes first. Second one, another 54 minutes. Sound is, you see? Yeah. When you take, this is the length of wave. It's a self-vibration. This is the most important parameter, because this is what we understand, we should understand as inner planetary energy clock. This energy clock is just affecting all living creatures, everything living on the planet, giving them like a heart-beating pulse, okay, to anything. If you take this wand and divide the length to diameter, it's going to be 1 divide on 28. You have they are tuned on this main important impulse. The ancients did it like this. Even in any pyramid, everywhere, you will find this main parameter. Everything should be tuned on the heartbeat, this energetical impulse of the planet. Then you're going to be very healthy.
Valery, the pyramid and the wand is the same thing, but specifically the pyramid amplifies it more. Depends on the level.
The pyramid is synchronizing simultaneously 7 energetical bodies. 7. The wands, first 3, which is the key moment, and the wands much cheaper, than the pyramid. Much cheaper.
When you were talking about the experience of this person that went and they cured the cancer next to a pyramid, you mentioned. What do they do? What they do is they go inside the pyramid?
Inside of the pyramid.
Not next to it.
No, inside of the pyramid.
And they remain for...
He has been there each day, almost all day except the night, for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, all these tumors all over the neck and the body gone, just gone.
So was he at a special position in the pyramid?
No.
So you only have to be...
No, if you're going to make a correction is always should be done in the middle. This is the reason why, for example, I'll show you. There are few types of the pyramids constructed in ancient Egypt. Wait a second, I'll show you where it is here. A pyramid, so many files.
Valery, what are the measurements for the personal pyramids? You have the spine and then it's something that they can do.
Okay, you see, these pyramids, they have one room inside, in the middle, under the axis. These pyramids were constructed exactly for correction of a bioenergetical asymmetry.
So that was the purpose of the pyramids in Egypt.
In ancient Egypt, yes, pyramids were constructed not like a tomb buried. No, this was the instrument, whether on one hand to correct this biological asymmetry. The thing is, and I personally have or had experienced this thing. Even being a pretty healthy person, just as we can imagine it today, according to our own experience, you will go into the pyramid, which is properly constructed, made of the right material, in quartz, stone, with everything. You stand up. I will be showing you something else, so probably it will be a bit more understandable for you having these examples. So where they are? Okay. This strange picture, on the one hand, it can look strange, but on the other hand, this is the logic, which give you some important ideas. Look, when you go, what they did, now we can bring forward the main idea of this method. You go into the pyramid should be properly constructed. It means upper side not like Cheops pyramid destroyed. Everything should be okay. Okay? Inside, environmental also should be geometrically corrected. You go in the middle of the pyramid, and then you should just get relaxed like this. Imagine yourself as the pyramid. You are the pyramid. Then you close your eyes, relax, and make a command. Your hands should start to get up like this. You need to pick up or to raise your hands like this for approximately 10-15 minutes. This was with me. When I took up the hands like this, with the closed eyes, I looked the hands like me. I just opened the eye, looked, and found my hands being here. But I critically and vividly felt that my hands are here. It means asymmetry. Exactly asymmetry. At this particular moment, I vividly noticed, and I felt my energetical body. It means my physical is one thing, but energetic was quite this one thing. Then, person need to make it like this. Okay? Until I'm talking to you, if I could know that we will be speaking, I would find you one very impressive, highly impressive picture that describes this moment very, very vividly. In any way, okay, there are pictures where you can see the spine of Osiris with the hands like this, with a ball, Ra, on top. It's interesting. When you are in pyramid and you somehow manage to do like this, here you will experience unbelievably how it would be difficult for you. You will be like trying to get up the whole pyramid. Somehow you just manage to do this, and at this moment, as soon as you did it, it becomes light, and you feel here like a big ball, like very, very dense ball, density, high density. Then it's much easier, no problem, and you should go like this. You should make it. And this is particularly what I'm talking about. This is what sometimes, you go like this. You should do it in the pyramid. And this is energetical, dense kind of a ball. When you do it, it so deeply affects the spine so deeply that the first problem that you will experience, this is going to be this problem. Yes. This is the reason why ancient left an information. You remember the figures of Osiris and the very big penis, huge penis. It means anybody who will activate the spine will experience this problem. It's going to be like a hell. Really so strong that when I first time experienced in my life, I said, oh my gosh, how much girls I need today or tomorrow just to get out this snake. Don't smile. It's really a problem,
Where is that pyramid?
Because this type of energy, affecting, it's giving life. You understand? You see? It's giving life.
Is that the scarab?
Scarab, right. Scarab. It's giving life stuff. It's very, very sweet. As soon as you will activate your spine, you will understand everything. From that moment, you will clearly realize what I'm talking about. It's quite different level. At that time, when I went out to the pyramid and took just a small stone, just normal stone, nothing else, put it on the hand, put my head like this, it was something equal as I would take the big magnet like this, took another one and bring it like this, the same feeling, deeply, very vividly, energy, just everything, just another picture. But oh my gosh, that's something. This is the pyramids, they used it. Because it's impossible Believe me, it's impossible to reach serious results without this stabilization, without synchronization. Okay? And first of all, energetical asymmetry. We have this asymmetry, more or less. Just when you do it, all doors are open immediately. So this is the text about this knowledge, actually.
In the statues that you can see in some of the drawings, they appear when they are standing with the leg in front of the right.
It means living pharaoh, living. Because some of the texts at latest times, especially those who belongs to so-called the Book of Death, they were talking about the dead pharaohs, or those one who after death somewhere experienced, should come through to God and so on. At the beginning, that book we are talking about, and actually in the latest time, the name of the book was different. And in translation, it's Per Yan Hru, the name of the book. Per Yan Hru. It means sayings to reach the light. How to reach the light. You understand? It had nothing to do with the dead people. Nothing to do. So, at that time, when you see the figure of the pharaoh moving like this, it means it's a moving, living, person. If it's like this, or the body is black color, it means it's dead. That's about dead person. However, you can find the bodies which are black, white, and red. Sometimes Osiris was represented by green body. And this is also the question of a certain level of knowledge. In many, many cultures, in Buddhistic cultures and so on, when they are talking about different energetical bodies and their colors, they represent the ideas and the chakras, just drawing it or playing by different colors. This is the biggest mistake. And is actually saying and showing one thing. Those people who is talking about it do not see anything at all. They maybe see something by set eyes or something else like this, but not reality. Because in reality, each of your 7 chakras has a green color. Energy around you has a green color. This is why ancient picture of Osiris has a green color. And this energy they named green waters, gray green waters. Waters, energetical, it's just symbol of energy. The pyramids in ancient times, in very, very old times, they were painted in 3 colors. By very special ways. It was not just a simple color, it was something else. We have no time to go deeper into this technology, but if you will properly prepare a certain paint, again I'm going to talk to you, it's not a paint, something else, but just for simplicity, okay? A certain paint with black color, white color, and red color, and cover a certain levels of the pyramid with this stuff, the levels which you painted will have different activity of the energy flows. So it means when the text has a figure of a red color, it means it's a representation of a very special type of energy. Black and white the same. It means that if you construct a pyramid and make it the way as it should be, it means that you will organize so that one level of the pyramid will be increasing the speed of energy, another slowing down, okay? So when you are in the pyramid, you can just get out and stimulate, amplify a very special type of energy, which actually mixed with everything. But here you can amplify it, go in, and get a wonderful result. So again, just remember, if you go anywhere, to any school, anybody says, I see red, I hear it, you can turn over and get out. It has nothing to do with reality. You're just talking, saying nothing. Energy is just green, and that's it. Nothing else. All the other stories is songs made by Seth. Yes, nothing else. If you don't believe me, you can experience it.
So will you sharpen colours in the screen? So will you sharpen colours in the screen?
Sorry?
So will you sharpen colours? That will be just green?
Yeah. If you would be able now just to see at any of the person, you would see that all of them have green color, green, but it can be green grayish. It means here you have problems, because when it's a little bit, the vibration has changed, it has a grayish color. If you are healthy, just green, bright green energy, nothing else. All chakras green. The same with men and the same with women. No difference, except one thing. Ladies, now you're about to have a very good feeling about that. You have 2 more chakras than men. At present time, we have 7. Ladies have. That's why you are much more sensitive than man beings.
Have you found that all of the pyramids have been built in Russia? Have you found any difference between one compared with another in terms of the effect they have on people?
All depends on the size of the pyramid, how big it is.
So the place that they constructed hasn't been a factor?
No. I would say if the place where it is constructed is the right place, you can even build up a smaller pyramid, but on the right place, and the power will be much more vivid, active than bigger pyramid on the other place, which is not right.
Is that energy grids that you select where to put the...
No, it should be one thing. It would be great if you would find the crust where the energy beam comes out of the ground, which actually in ancient called Nefertara. Nefer, it's a god. Ta, it's a place. Ra, it's a beam. It means place of the god beam. God. Nefertara. So if you put the pyramid on Nefertara, pyramid just out like a lamp. Much more powerful. Nefertara.
How did you locate these places?
The best way is you gather your friends together, then you take some photo cameras, the best way, old photo cameras, just film cameras with a short focus. Now we have a long focus cameras, short focus camera. This is the best way. Just put film in, go in the middle of the night to a certain territory, put a few cameras in line. The best way to somehow synchronize it with map and with each other. Then you open the window and keep it like this for 20 minutes. Then you close and you will see. I'll show you what you will see. Slide. This is Nefertara. It's not a lamp. This is the beam coming from under the ground. This is exactly Nefertara. There was another name. They call it Shu. And they call it the column of Shu that keep the sky, you know, columns of Shu, or Nefertari. This is the beam. This particular photo made right behind the trees, pyramid stands of 22 meters high, 22. This beam is 1,200 meters high. And what is interesting, this beam was also visible on military radar system. This is the beam. Particular this beam.
Sorry, just in the previous photo. Let's go into there's an actually, you see how it's going vertically, it's also like also a cross beam going on.
No, it's there was a cloud there, cloud. And this one, actually, we have seen it because behind the pyramid, 14 kilometers behind, there was a city. And clouds will be little bit lighted up, okay? But this beam, there was no any beam, it was just darkness.
Why did you choose 22 meters for the height of the pyramid?
No, I had been just there for experiments, and when I went back home by car, I drive approximately maybe 60 kilometers away, and it was quite in the forest. It was a little bit mountain. I drive up the mountains. I saw, okay, good place. I just thought we need to try to do it. We just put camera, and we got it. That's it. Just occasionally. In case.
Is that the one that you got the picture in the book? It's got a funny shape. It's not sort of a true, it's more of a pointy pyramid.
Yeah, exactly. I will show you the picture of this particular pyramid with this. What? This is one.
Yeah.
This one. It's 22 pyramid, 2 meter pyramid.
And that was just an experimental
Yeah,
shape?
just experimental.
Work well?
Well, that's where the beam comes from.
Yeah, exactly.
How did you get into it?
Into what?
Into the pyramid, or you don't? That's a solid.
No. There is an entrance here.
Oh.
It's here. You can go into.
So that plane doesn't change where it comes from, it's always emanating from there.
Until pyramid. What is interesting? Look. It's a question of knowledge. The militaries, actually we have 3 military bases around the pyramid. One is situated 32 kilometers, another 60, and another 90 kilometers away from the pyramid. All of them have seen this beam, like on the radar system. This beam is presenting each time, but it can go like lower, higher, lower, higher. Somehow it's a linkage. It's, you know, like pulsating.
Does that match like the energy in the earth, or was it pulsating all the time?
Yes, it's more or less. I never measured the period of vibration, but it pulsates. Once the pulsation just disappeared, nothing. And maybe in 40 minutes, I haven't been there, but in any way, in 40 minutes, militaries came there by car, saying, what's going on with pyramid? We lost it. On the screens, right, but I thought that pyramid was put on fire, something like this. But what we have found out, when solar storm is taking place, this energy beam disappears. Just disappears. When it goes well again, it disappears. So we have noticed very distinctive and very vivid connection of the activity of the core of the planet with activity of the sun. So all these details are pretty interesting.
That looks like it doesn't have a tip on it. Have you left the tip open and let the energy flow through, or on the picture of the pyramid? The top of the pyramid?
It's not pointy, it's flat.
Yeah, it's done like this. But best way is to have a point on top. Because in ancient times it was always with pyramidal, we call it pyramid. It was always like this because even on the ancient texts, maybe I have it here. Yeah. Oh, another one. I'll show you. You see? This is the mathematics. You see what here we have?
What's the general angle of the pyramids?
It depends on what you want to get out of it.
So, on different energy levels or chakras, or
and now different angle creates different intensity inside of the pyramid.
The more perpendicular, the more the energy is concentrated.
Yeah, this energy is more intensive, and when we want to have results of experiments much more vivid and faster, we should change the angle. So we just used the ideas from ancient texts and we got results.
So is the base a rectangle? A square? Inside the pyramid, it's a square?
Yeah, it's square, right? It's square.
How is the energy different between the Egyptian pyramids and the South American ones that are step pyramids? The South American ones we used for the same purpose, weren't they?
South American. Even in Egypt, you remember there is a place called Saqqara, not so far from Giza, and it was okay, just okay, like this. Six-step pyramid in Saqqara, 6-step. First of all, we should make it clear. There was a certain time in the history when 6th and 7th chakra were represented like one. So, when ancient constructed a pyramid, sure, tuned on a human being, not for animals, human beings. And the pyramid were constructed as the tool to influence physical body. Okay? Everything that in connection with the physical body was the first, because you influence physical body, and we have noticed exactly that effect that we are having in pyramid is so-called two-stepped effect. First, I will explain what it means. When you go into the pyramid, and pyramid is affecting your body, at the beginning, your immune system is reacting on this influence. Your energy system just simply make an impulse, feedback, okay? And at this moment, the pyramid is affecting this feedback. You understand? And here we have got result. So in any time, we are working with a physical plane and then with energetical plane. In the physical plane, we have the most important system, which is called endocrine system. Today we spoke and mentioned that everything that ancients created were endocrine orientated. For one reason, to amplify any signals of endocrine system. In our organism, we have 7 chakras with projection in the physical body, which are 7 organs of endocrinal system, right? This is the reason why they always making a schedule, just preparing documentation for construction of the pyramid. Make it very simply, like this. Just imagine a human being, just okay, sitting in lotus, like this, okay? 7 levels, 7 energetical planes. This is the pyramid, okay? 7 planes, 7 levels, like this. Then they made it smooth, just very simply. if you look on the pyramid, Cheops pyramid, you will see the stones, okay? There are plenty of them. Actually, 220 rows. You see? How it's connected with 7 planes. 200. So, and then they just put everything on top. The same as here, in the South America. It was the idea and the method. When you construct everything like this, any pyramid with 7 levels or 6 levels, the difference between this level and the next one will be the same as the difference of vibration between first energy body and second energy body. By this way, they were constructing or building up, setting up an instrument affecting all 7 energy bodies at one time. In ancient Mayan Aztec system, it was at the beginning the same stuff. They can double the quantity, like 7 and 14 or 28, something like this. Or they may embody a little bit additional ideas, but the main one was always around this idea that 7 energetic bodies, 7 levels, and at the end of the story, we had a result, a deep effect.
If we meditate or spend time in the pyramid with the wands, is it quite an intense feeling that we get from it? Or?
Much more, much more. Even if you go to Egypt now, you took the wands and very slowly went through the rooms of, for example, Luxor temple. Just go into one or another. First thing that you will experience very vividly, that in each room, the vibrations inside and intensity will be different. And all will be depending on how this room left in its state. If it was destroyed a little bit or changed, it's one feeling. If you will go in the room, parameter of which is exactly the same as they were at the beginning, you will experience just very intense feeling. It's interesting how your organism is reacting, because when you have no cylinders, you may not notice it. But with the wands, immediately, notice what happens.
Valery, you said in the book about the personal pyramid and you've got your spine measurement. How do you make that into a pyramid yourself to work in?
That pyramid, so-called wooden pyramids or individual pyramids, they are constructed the way so that when you go inside of the pyramid, and in the middle we have kind of a chair, and you sit here, like the main focus point of the pyramid will be exactly concentrated on the hypothalamus, on here, and on here. Main 3 positions. This is the main idea. Why is it like this, and what kind of things we have been thinking about just to have results.
Is the center one the heart?
Yeah, this one. This one, and prostate. Prostate. This is the main one.
So what's the height then? How does that relate to the height of the person? How does the height of the pyramid relate to the height of the person?
Because if you look, for example, on a Cheops pyramid today, we know exactly that there is a room here, right? There is a room here, there is another room here, and there is one more. It is situated here. On another proportion, but here. This is the reason why when we go in, we use these 3. We cannot put our back lower than right, but it's not needed. So, right, 1, 2, and 3, the main. So when you concentrate the energy on these 3 chakras, it's deeply affects the energy system, activating the spine, blood circulation. It's one and the same thing.
How would you get into the pyramid? Do you make it and sort of have a door in it? Or?
Yeah, sure, we have a door. Sure. It seems to me maybe I even have a photo of the pyramid which we constructed many years ago. Wait a second. Yeah, you see. It's just a door. It was 1992. And this is the principle here. Just what we need, the length of the spine. So it's like this.
Did you have a seat in that one, or did you just...
No, just sit. Just sit. The best way, if you will cover this pyramid, this is actually a wooden pyramid, but at least in Russia we have kind of a paint with a powder of granite. Granite? Powder. So when you paint it, it becomes like a stone. From inside and outside. What do we need?
Yeah? Is it red granite?
Yeah.
Earlier on, before we move on from this angle, you were going to show us a slide of the military dish. Were they
It's not dish, it's a radar system.
Were they picking up what you showed the light?
Yeah, just again, I can show you. It's this is the radar system. On the screen, this energy beam, this one is energy beam. And it's not our calculation, it's a military watching the pyramid said that this is 1,200 meters. Sometimes it can be shorter, like 800, but in between, bigger or high. And it was few times, I do not know exactly how many times, but few times, we reported that this energy beam departed, it started to move away. Then again, and appeared over the pyramid.
I want to ask you about the spring crystal.
Sorry?
The spring crystal.
Spring?
Crystal. You said that there is in the pyramid a special place occupied by an instrument, the spring crystal.
Spring, like a source of
The source
energy.
crystal,
Yeah.
yes. How are you able to know where the source is in the particular pyramids of the spring crystal today? Is that through...
It's here. It's situated here. First of all, there are texts which are clearly talking about this thing, but it is there.
Oh, it's not
And they name it as the stone which fallen down from the skies. It means that crystal inside exactly of the Cheops pyramid is not just quartz. It's something else that long ago have been brought to earth in ancient times by those whom they called gods. They left it, and when Cheops were searching for knowledge how to construct his horizon, his pyramid, the text left information that ancient Egyptian priests, and not only, it was like an enlightened person who told him that he can find something very special in one of the rooms in Heliopolis. There is something that he needs to take into account making up a pyramid. And inside of our group, we 100% sure that it is energy source, like a spring, and it is there. But this is the question of certain logic, when we clearly understand that it's there. But for Egyptologists, it's not clear. You know, absolutely not clear. As if, for example, I can come up to the Egyptologist, any Egyptologist, and say, listen, I have got an idea that maybe it's not your interest, but in any way, he said, bullshit, I don't believe it. And that's it. It's just the same story.
How does that crystal get activated?
There are certain moments within the year, each year, when our planet and energy activity of the planet grow pretty high. This energy affecting the energy source, which is not just crystal. This crystal is in a kind, actually, but maybe parameters a little bit different, but something like this. This is the actually energy source. When you take it in a hand, right, we have different potentials. The same is realized there. Somehow appears a difference of potential, and energy of the planet Earth interacting with the crystal increases the vibrational moment of the crystal lattice of this energy source. And this causes deformation of time and space right in the pyramid in the close vicinity. This is the reason why the entrance just door is open and you can talk. The same idea was realized not only in the wands and there. They used the special crystals here. This is the reason why. Now we can carry it here as the beautiful thing, or like a symbol of honor. I'm a king. In the ancient times, it was the source. There is a technology how to make it. It takes sometimes half of the year to produce it. But if you do it, if you prepare it right, then this energy, this crystal, starts to emit energy, which will be then taken, I would say, like sucked by your chakra. Especially, it is important not during your daily life. In daily life, you won't probably feel it deeply, but at the moment of meditation, when pharaoh or priests were lying in the pyramid or anywhere else, and he sometimes needed an extra energy, just to open something, extra little bit. This crystal was the key, gave it, and opened.
Have you managed to copy any of those crystals or any of the devices that are up in the wand?
The idea is that when we are talking about this particular personal energy, spring or energy source, we need to take two crystals, two properly selected crystals. Best way is to work over. They need to make a certain type of, how to say,
vibration, resonance?
No, you
faceting.
Yes, facet, right, faceting. Certain type of faceting. Then we need to tune both of them, one on another, and at the same time to tune them on themselves. When everything is done, then one crystal will forever be here. The other one should be installed into Nitya. Here. In Nitya. And that means that this energy will each day, each second, here, just emitting here, feeding up your energy system through this chakra, because this chakra is taking in. This one is taking in and out, both ways. Sexual, giving men, giving out, women, taken in. There is a difference. This one, taken in. So if it's here, it just takes, and amplifies your ability.
So So if you drop the wands, that disturbs the energy for a minute? Because in the fall, the lattice?
No,
Doesn't matter.
it will never happen. To change this capacity, you need to heat up this wands approximately 150 degrees, even more. Then you can affect the crystal light. Otherwise, no.
Based on the same concept that you're putting for personalized, right? They will become your own?
Yeah,
You share them?
sure. Because having them in the hands more than 20 minutes, you make them vibrate with your own personal frequency. That's the key moment. Are you tired?
So we shouldn't share them with anybody.
This is the best way, because if you will give it to anybody in 20 minutes, this vibration will change.
Yeah. So we've got
And
to start all over
Yeah,
again.
and then it's going to be to and from, which is not so right, I would say. Are you tired? Probably I just push you so close, with all this information.
What about the palms of the hand? You were talking about the chakras in the palms of the hand.
Yeah.
And my understanding is, in fact, like the chakra system is mirroring the ears and the feet, but you're also mirroring your fingers in the hand.
This is projection. This is projection of hypothalamus and hypothesis. Okay? This is the reason why in ancient times you maybe see the eyes drawn here. Eye, like all-seeing eye. Because actually, when any healer comes to a person and starts to at least make diagnosis. Okay? Tell me, by what you are making this diagnosis? By hand?
No.
No. Right. By your hypothalamus and hypothesis. This is projection. Actually, you are scanning. It's just projection. That's it.
So you're scanning these?
Yes, actually, it's going on here, in your head, but not here.
So if somebody else had used your wand, how can you recharge it to you? How do you cleanse it?
Well, there are two things. First of all, just let them to get cold.
Yes.
When they are cold, it means this energy somehow just, let's say, evaporate. Just do not take them when they are hot, because it's not dangerous, but you can experience dizziness. Never take it after a person who has cancer. Never. In all other cases, you can use them. There is one thing. If wands have been in the hand of a person which has extraordinary energetic abilities, really high energy potential, then this vibrational parameter can be kept, or the cylinders can vibrate with this energy for a few months. But there is no such people among us, so we just pick them.
No, is this the headgear the pharaohs used to wear? What was that made of? What did it do?
Human diadem? First of all, this instrument had two levels of using. Is it possible to say so? Just of use, two levels. If any of you somehow will start to use the so-called diadem, which actually in ancient times were made of two metals, actually four. It was a mixture of copper and gold, zinc and silver. At present times, we make just copper and zinc. Copper, half, and zinc, the other. It stimulates and corrects balance and electrical potentials of the hemispheres of the brain, which is more than great. Because if you just balance it immediately, this wrap up over the head, and transformation will be much more productive, much more productive. That's why we experience unusual things. But at the beginning, it doesn't matter who you are, on which level you are. At the beginning, all starts from stimulation of blood circulation of the brain, which is actually great. That's great. But I want to bring you to one very important idea. The secret of the diagram is lying in a little bit different, or on a different level. In ancient science, diadem was used on the one hand to correct and balance energy in the total potential of the brain, activization of blood circulation, increasement of productivity of the brains, okay? And at the same time, when a priest having this diadem went into the pyramid, especially Kelp's pyramid, into the chamber which is known as the queen chamber, and stood in a certain place, having two crystal screens directed exactly we have here, if you remember, two shafts, okay, coming. In ancient times, it was like this. In this particular, in the middle, it was the table, something like this, with two screens, like this, directed to these shafts. In between here, the priest having diadem on the head started to see like holograms.
So he's sitting at the table.
Standing. And through holograms, as the ancient text says, they were listening to the universe, listening and talking.
Certain parts of the universe, wasn't it? Certain parts of the universe.
Yeah, sure. Especially if you, I think, immediately understood those solar system on which they were looking on, or looking at. Exactly like this. But anyway, but this effect can be reached only in one case, after stimulation and after balancing. You should become a career of a very special energy, very special one. If you know how to get it and where to get it, and you figure in, the door is open, the light switched on. If not, just what we're talking about at the beginning, stimulation of blood circulation, and the other things which are actually great, just great. This is just first part of the story. But the main one is going to happen even later on, if you know how to do it. This is the key, because again we encountered clear understanding that all our teachers today have nothing to do about it. And no any knowledges. You just can have here or hear different crystals sitting in a strange position, talking with different stories. Well, speaking with the gods, actually, would say, and definitely different stupid stuff. Just stupid, because they have no idea what they're talking about. So stupid that I have an allergy on the situation, just allergy. But I see the people like this, just take a pill immediately, otherwise I will just swallow, just take it out.
The females wore different shaped epidermis. Was there any reason for that, or some of the other drawings?
You mean these different?
Yeah.
Actually, if you, it's good question. Oops, that seems to be weird. In the magazine, which actually was published here in Nexus a few years ago, there was a material about interesting findings of ancient Egyptian symbols and drawings on the stones not so far from Sydney.